A service of KIBMradio.com, the Internet's home for an all old-time radio.
And now, the life of Mary Sothern. Mary and Max received a severe lecture from Dr. Benson in regard to Cheney, the gambler who was wanted by the Sanders police. Benson felt they did the wrong thing in not notifying the authorities when he paid them a secret visit a few days ago. Mary's defense was that Max would have to return to jail once Cheney was in custody, as the district attorney has been delaying Max's trial until he has the gambler for a witness. Max was innocently involved in a gambling raid which resulted in the charge against him. And Mary felt it would be unfair if he were to lose his freedom at this particular time. He's just gaining a foothold in a new business proposition and needs money not only for their own family, but for Phyllis, his crippled sister, who is being treated by the famous Dr. Louis DeRoy. Gerald Proust, a business enemy of Max's, would welcome any opportunity to have Max out of the way, and this knowledge added to Mary's feeling of justification when she allowed Cheney to escape. It is early evening of the day following Dr. Benson's talk with Mary and Max. Daddy Stratford, who naturally knows what has been going on and is considerably worried about the whole affair, is seated behind the clerk's desk of a little hotel when the lobby door opens.
Good evening, Mr. Stratford.
Huh? Good evening, Mrs. Proust. How are you?
Well enough, thank you.
You care to sit down? I just tied you off this chair.
No, thank you. I'm on my way to a club meeting, and I have very little time. I stopped by to ask you a few questions, Mr. Stratford.
I guess maybe you want some hotel information for that civic betterment lodge you were speaking about the other day.
Not exactly, but I do intend to have a discussion concerning this hotel at our meeting tonight.
Don't say.
I certainly do. I think this town has a right to know the type of guests you've been harboring.
Say, what do you mean by that crack?
I think you know well enough. Is that man still here?
Well, I don't quite get you, Mrs. Proust.
Oh, yes, you do. But if you insist, I'll make myself very clear. Is Mr. Cheney still checked in one of your rooms?
Mr. Cheney? Well, there ain't no Mr. Cheney checked in here. I showed you the register list the other day.
I thought you wouldn't admit it.
Hey, that's the same as calling the man a liar, and I ain't lying. Now, Cheney ain't checked in here and never was checked in.
It's quite possible that he didn't register, but you deny that he was here?
I didn't see Hyde nor hair of him.
A man of your age should be ashamed to stand there and tell me such deliberate falsehood.
Now, listen here. You just hold your horses. I'll be going to bartend for any more of that talk. This is my hotel, and you've got no right snooping around here in the first place.
I think the authorities might have something to say about that. I'm doing a public service, and I'm sure it will be appreciated.
That's just a fancy way of saying you're sticking your nose into somebody else's business.
How dare you be so insulting?
You ain't tossed any bouquets my way, Mrs. Proust.
Do you expect to be commended for sheltering a gangster?
I told you I didn't see any gangster around here.
You're lying. I saw Mr. Cheney with my own eyes, and he was coming out of this hotel.
Well, you try and prove it.
Oh, don't you worry about that. I will prove it.
You start proving somewhere else, then. I'm still running my hotel, and I got a right to ask you to leave.
Why, the very idea. I'll leave, Mr. Stratford. But don't you think for 1 minute you can talk to me like this?
Hello, Mrs. Proust. Hello, Daddy.
Oh, how are you, John?
Dr. Benson, I've never been so insulted in my life.
Well, it's your own fault, John, and I'm darned if I'll take it.
What happened? You're flushed, Mrs. Proust. Anything wrong?
I had just been ordered out of this hotel.
Daddy.
Well, she asked for it. She called me a liar.
I was justified. He denied that Mr. Cheney was in this hotel. And I saw him coming out of here with my own eyes.
Let's see. Well,
she can't prove she saw anybody, John. And until there's proof, she ain't got any business in talking to me like she did.
Well, we'll see about that. Goodbye, Dr. Benson.
Goodbye, Miss Proust.
I advise you to watch your friends in this town.
well, Daddy.
Kind of a spot, ain't it?
Pretty bad. Do you think Mr. Mrs. Truce did see Cheney?
Yeah, I guess maybe she did.
And you swore up and down he wasn't here? Abby.
I didn't do no such thing. I said he wasn't checked in, and I said I didn't see him. And that's the truth.
But you knew he had been here.
Well, yes, Mary did tell me.
Yeah, told me all about it last night. Wanted to know what I thought she should have done.
Well, what did you think?
Wasn't any choice of thought. Cheney's wanted by the police, and he should have been forced to give himself up.
No denying that. And even if I'm going against the law and wishing he'd never showed up to bother Mary, I gotta agree with you. As long as he did nose around, he should have been put in jail.
That's my whole contention. It's too late now. He's gone. It seems he's left new trouble.
Well, if you mean Henrietta Proust, I ain't worried about what she's seen or didn't see. Just her say-so can't make them lock up my hotel.
No, but she can make it very unpleasant for you.
She never tried very hard to make it pleasant, so I guess I wouldn't change the notice.
Nothing comes of all this. I'd hate very much for Phyllis to be upset or worried at this particular time.
She don't know anything about Cheney being here. Poor little kid, she's had enough on her mind.
More than enough. I just came from giving her a treatment. Dr. DeRoy supervised, of course, but I think I'll be able to do it alone in a few days.
Very nice of Mr. Barton getting him to stay until he got the hang of it.
Oh.
Did Phyllis feel any better?
Well, she appeared stronger, happier, too. And her mental health is a very important factor.
You can bet your life we'll try to keep everything smooth around our baby. That little girl deserves a heap of happiness for all she's been through.
Yes, I think you're right, Daddy. Well, I think I'll run along now. See you tomorrow.
Yeah. Good night, John, and take care of yourself.
Oh, Dr. Benson, would you see if I left my umbrella in there?
For gosh sakes, is he still pussyfooting around?
I see it here, Mr. Proust. I'll bring it out.
Thank you, Doctor.
Good night, Daddy.
So long, John. And keep what we're talking about under your hat.
I wouldn't set foot in that place again.
You mustn't take a misunderstanding to heart.
Gussie, old busybody. She ought to be home mending Gerald's socks instead of butting into people's business. Ain't nothing she can do now. She might have saved all that wind.
Oh, Pop.
Huh? Somebody speak to me?
Yeah, I said hello, Pop. My room ready?
Well, darned if it ain't Cheney.
Kind of surprised you, huh?
Say, you did more than that. I put nearly got heart failure. How in Sam Hill did you get in here?
Through the back way. I got a special entrance.
You special entrance yourself right in the jail, because I'm going to call the sheriff.
All right. You have to be in such a rush. You know, the beds in that cooler are stuffed with cement. Figured I'd check in here tonight and get a little sleep.
That's a fine way to figure. You're forgetting that the whole police force is looking for you, aren't you?
Oh, I got a great chance to forget that. Me and the cops have been playing games for 3 months.
Don't sound like it's been much fun. But you've done all the playing you're going to do, young fella.
Mm-hmm. You mean you're on the level about using that phone, huh?
You're darn tootin'. And don't you try to stop me either.
Don't worry, Pop. I wouldn't think of resisting. Take your time. Get a couple of wrong numbers if you want. I'll still be here.
What's the idea? Do you want to go to jail?
For the love of Mike, what do you suppose I've been hanging around for? Sure, I want to go to jail.
Well, then why the deuce didn't you go there instead of coming around back doors and sneaking in and out of people's houses at night?
Well, I was trying to make up my mind how I should get caught. I was hoping it would kind of happen accidentally.
Yeah, it might have happened accidentally, all right. Henrietta Proust saw you the other day. She was in here just now raising old Ned.
Is that the fat dame with the red hat?
Yeah. Did she see you like she said?
Yeah, I ran into her the other day when I talked to Mary. I think she was giving me the eye, too.
It's darn lucky she didn't see you today. I'd have been in a nice fix.
I could have handed you a quick alibi, Pop.
You couldn't do nothing to get me into a lot of trouble. You got matched into a jam when you first came here, and now you're trying to do the same thing again.
Oh, no, I ain't, Pop. I want to do what's right.
And then, for land's sake, do something and do it quick. Because if you don't, you're going to have us all in such a jam, we'll never be able to get straightened out.
From Hollywood, California, and a South Pacific base at Port Moresby on New Guinea, Autolite brings you Everything for the Boys, the Command Theater of the Air, starring Mr. Ronald Colman. Everything for the Boys is presented by the Electric Autolite Company and its 22 great manufacturing plants. Builders of precision equipment for 35 years. World famous for Autolite spark plugs, battery electrical systems for automotive, aviation, and marine use. Your host, Mr. Ronald Coleman.
Thank you, and good evening. It seems only the other day that a remote pinpoint on a map in the South Pacific, known as Port Moresby, held the attention of all of us. For over the Owen Stanley Mountains, the Japanese were coming. Tonight, by means of shortwave radio, we're going 5,000 miles over war zones down to this Port Moresby. 2 American soldiers. They've been in that battle area for a long time now, and they're naturally very anxious to talk to someone from home. Our play tonight is dedicated to these boys. It's of exceptional interest, not only because of the original drama, and because the music you will hear with it is the emotional love music of Tristan and Isolde, but also because of our leading lady. As you know, in the few weeks we've been on the air, we've had many outstanding stars on this program. In the weeks to come, we'll have Miss Betty Davis, Miss Ann Baxter, and Miss Ida Lupino, to mention only a few of those you will hear. But tonight, since Arch Oboler's original play was written especially for radio, we have asked radio's most talented and versatile actress to be with us. Her name is Mercedes McCambridge. Gentlemen of the United States Armed Forces in the South Pacific, we dedicate to you a play of our time. The Women Stayed at Home.
A word first about another soldier. DeMeo used to work at the Autolite plant. He helped make many millions of 20-millimeter armor-piercing shells for anti-aircraft guns. Robert performed his task well. Because he knew success in battle depended a great deal on the quality of our equipment. He was mighty proud of the stamp so many of the cases bore, the stamp that represented his crew. And then one day, Robert went off to war and soon found himself in the middle of a Jap air raid. While he was breaking open a fresh box of ammunition, a smile crept across his face. There on the outside was the old familiar mark made by his crew. Months before, Robert was proud of his stamp, but now the Autolite markings on that case meant more to him. They meant these shells were made right. Everything about them was right. Here in the face of enemy fire, he really understood why Autolite checked, tested, and rechecked their product. Every single step of every operation. In battle, there can be no substitute for quality. Wherever our boys are fighting, they have learned such Autolite equipment. In the firing lines, as on the home front, the name Autolite means precision manufacturing. The scene, a windswept coast of Norway. It is night. For once, the sea is calm. It waits ominously upon the edge of the shore where sits a woman. She speaks, and her words lift out to the sea on the rush of the wind.
Lonely? Yes, I was lonely. And I did what I did because I can tell you. This is a quiet place. When I was very young, it was all right. I could run with the other children, and it was all right. But when I grew older, it was lonely. The sea, the wind, the gulls flying. Is that enough for a girl? Yes. I was very lonely. Father died at sea. A storm, his boat. Then Mother. For the first time, I really was alone. No, I talk of that. Tell you of Hjalmar. He came to the village a month after Mother died. He had a pack on his back and a smile that lifted the heart. I met him right where we sit.
Hello, girl.
Oh,
I'm sorry if I startled you.
I didn't know that.
Yes, I know. My mother used to say that of me, too. Walk like a cat on tiptoe. Why, it's a pleasant day, eh?
Yes, isn't it?
Where are you from?
That house?
Well, it's a strange, lonely place to build a house, isn't it?
Yes.
May I tell you my name? It's Hjalmar Olafsson. Would you tell me yours?
Celia.
Celia. Celia. It's a lovely name. Do you mind if I tell you this? Do you mind?
I didn't mind. I didn't mind anything he told me. The village was so happy the day we married. It's good to remember.
Celia.
Yes, darling.
I want you.
I'm yours.
Always mine. Always mine.
Always mine. He said that. Always mine. Tell me, how long is always? It's always the moment he held me and his lips were tight on mine and his arms held me and he... No. Why should I ask? I really know. Always with him was that night. It was in a few nights.
Dead. Drowned at sea. His fishing boat went under.
Do you know what that meant?
Goodbye, Hjalmar Olafsson. The Lord in his wisdom has buried you in the boundless grave of the ocean. We bow our heads and we weep our tears.
Do you know what that meant? I was alone again. Yes, alone again. But a new loneliness, a horrible loneliness. When you had nothing, all right, you know nothing. But I'd had something now. His look, his laugh, his lips, his arms, the crush of his arms. I was alone again. A day and a night. A day and a night. One after the other. An empty day after an empty night. An empty day, an empty night. Over and over and over. And there was no end. There could be no end to it until there was an end of me. No end to it until there was an end of me. And then...
This village is now part of the greater German Reich.
I heard it from far down the village. Couldn't quite understand. The soldiers shouting.
This village is now part of the greater German Reich. England is now your enemy. England is now your enemy.
The greater German Reich? The enemy? War means something to those who have something to fight for, to live for. But when you have nothing... Empty days after empty nights. Over again. Over again. And again I began to think, no end to it until there is an end of me. Why not? Walk into the sea, let the sea fill my emptiness, cover my loneliness. Why not? Why not? Water was dark. Deeper and deeper into it. Cold against me. Cold as the days and the nights. But this coldness would end, and with that ending put a finish to the ache in me. And then something touched me. I looked down. White in the water. Hjalmar! The thought echoing in my head, and then... No, a stranger. Someone... I dragged him out of the water to the beach. Dead? No. Carried him to the house. Warmed him. Hour after hour. Morning. He opened his eyes. In the first light of the sun, I saw they were blue. As blue as Hjalmar's had been.
Well, please, tell me where I am.
His first word.
I must know. Where am I?
English. He was speaking English.
Well, tell me. I'm a British flyer. My plane... I bailed out. I'm so tired.
British fire.
This village is now part of the Greater German Reich. The British are your enemy. The British are your enemy.
The enemy? The enemy? I looked at him again. He was sleeping now. Something twisted in my heart. He slept the way Hjalmar had slept that night. Head in the crook of his arm. Sandy hair curling down on a forehead smooth and brown. Till then. He was sick. I had to make him well. How many days went? All I remember are moments.
Celia, why are you so shy? I just say your name and you turn as red as the sunset out there. Why don't you talk to me? Your English is very good when you want to use it. Please talk to me, Celia. Please talk to me.
Soon he was well enough to be up and about. I gave him a suit of Hjalmar's to wear. He would sit in the window looking out at the sea, and I would work and listen to him.
I tell you, flying is wonderful, Celia. The first time you fly alone, it's like being born again because it's a new world and you're alone in it. The only world that seems to matter is the sky. The earth is a flat, drab place. You don't want to go back to it because the sky is your home. I'd like to take you up flying with me sometime, Celia, and show you what I mean.
Suddenly I realized something. I wasn't lonely anymore. Not lonely. Can you understand what that means? To have had nothing and then to have something. Someone to talk to listen to laugh with, to love.
This village is now part of the Greater German Reich. English is your enemy.
I went down to the village again and heard of many things down there in the village.
Silence! Silence! 10 hostages have been taken from among you. If any criminal action occurs within this area, these men, women, and children will be immediately executed. Such criminal acts include harboring enemies of the Greater German Reich.
The enemy? The enemy? He was no enemy. He was in my house and he was in my heart. All right, I said it. In my heart. He spoke to me that night.
Celia, there's something I must say to you.
Yes, John?
You're not happy.
John.
Because of me.
John, please.
I know. There's great danger having me here.
No.
It's true. But that isn't the only reason you're unhappy. Somehow I know it. All the things we've talked about. The decent world and what's happened to it. It was much more pleasant to live here alone by the sea and not think of war and cruelty and injustice.
I wanted to know.
And I love you for it. I love you for what's in your face now. The worry for people. The good people who are with us no matter where we are, whether we're away from them or with them. In this village, in my village. And no matter what the cost is to us, even our last happiness, we've always got to think of them. Always.
Oh, John.
Oh, my dearest.
I love you, John. I love you. So I said it. And his arms came close around me. And there was no earth or sky or death. The hours after that, our stood still in wonder, and then in a rush were gone. Warm hours, lazy hours, wonderful hours. Hours when the sky reached down and lifted us up to the clouds and we... Oh, John. And then a new day, a morning. Sun awakened me. John? No. John, where are you? John, where are you? John! I cried. Not very long. You see, I understood. Always in our hours together, there'd been a cloud. And with each passing day, that cloud would have grown larger and larger until there was no warmth of sun for us. The cloud of fear. That some one of the invaders in the village would see us, see him, and seeing him end my world for me. And he knew that. And so he went away. Where? I don't know. I like to think he took a boat during the night and sailed out to sea in it back to where he came from. Back to his small village by the cliffs. I like to think that...
No matter what the cost is to us, even our last happiness, we've got to think of them.
I like to think that he knows I'm fighting now, too, for the good people. Someday the fighting will be over. It must end. He'll come back to me. I'll never be lonely anymore.
You have just heard Mr. Ronald Coleman and his guest, Miss Merced's Women Stayed at Home, an original. The music of Tristan and Isolde was arranged and conducted by Mr. Gordon Jenkins. While our engineers complete the shortwave circuit between Mr. Coleman here in Hollywood and two young American soldiers overseas, may I speak of a matter of importance to you. Do you know cold weather is one of the worst enemies the battery in your car must fight? Well, here's why. Most of us know that cold engines are harder to start and consequently take more energy out of the battery. But it's also true that as temperatures drop, the electrical efficiency of your battery drops too, sometimes as much as half of its normal capacity. That's why this time of year it pays to give your battery extra care. A few simple precautions can help you get longer battery life. For instance, make sure the battery connections are clean and tight, that there's enough liquid in the battery to cover the plates, and that the battery is bolted tightly in its frame. Perhaps the easiest and best way to make your car battery last longer is to have it inspected regularly by one of the thousands of Autolite service stations, your car dealer, or a reliable serviceman. And if your battery needs replacement, buy an Autolite, the original equipment battery chosen by leading automotive engineers. Remember, the name Autolite means precision manufacturing.
In a few minutes, we'll be out over the Pacific. And if we have the same good luck we've had for the past 5 weeks, we'll be talking to two boys at Port Moresby. Well, this is everything for the boys. And, of course, we get many requests, and we only wish we could oblige with all of them. Only today...
What about this one, Mr. Coleman? It's addressed to you. I'll just read part of it. It says, we all enjoyed Berkeley Square with Greer Garson, but how about something from real life, Mr. Coleman? Tell us the story of your own romantic past.
Oh, no. No.
Oh, come on, remember it. This is everything for the boys. Come on, Gordon Jenkins, a little romantic music, please.
No,
really, Mr. Coleman, we all know you're very tight-lipped when it comes to your private affairs.
Oyster is my middle name.
And the soldier also adds, you must have known lots of girls in your time, Mr. Coleman.
Thousands.
What, romances?
Sure. There was Helen and Rose and Maggie and Sophie and the girl next door and yes, the one I met at Atlantic City.
Oh, hey, wait.
And Molly
One'll
and
be
Kate.
enough.
And, of course, there's always James. Yes, I think you ought to know about James. That is, of course, if you care to go back that far. The year when James was 21. And that year, I was 23. That was the year. That was the spring we planted the white magnolia tree. Oh, young and wild and aflame were we when we planted the white magnolia tree. This, she said, shall be our tree. And every year it will bloom anew This is our life. This is our love. And the white magnolia grew and grew. Jane was 21. And she wore a plume in her hat. And we went to the movies and wept over broken blossoms. And then we booked passage on a sightseeing bus. And she sang Love Sends a Little Gift of Roses, a little off-key, but very nicely, really, all the way to Coney Island, where suddenly, somehow, we were on a roller coaster, shouting and rapturous, a tumult in the blood all the way. There is so much the young heart clamors for. This it must have, and that it can't live without, and it must be all or nothing. For aren't we the masters of creation? Oh, valiant and untamed were we when we planted the white magnolia tree. And the white magnolia grew and grew, holding our love within its core, and every year it bloomed anew. And we were 21 no more. No more enchanted, no more so free, nor so young, nor so wild and aflame were we. Dearer to us then grew the lesser things. Easy sleep, books, a day's quiet holiday, good talk beside a fire, the beauty of old faces. We've known many things since then. The death of a child, and the bitter lesson that a heart which breaks must mend itself again, that it can and must be done, and what loyalty can mean, and how real a word like courage can become. There is so little the serious heart requires. Friends, a window open to the world, pride in work well done, and strength to live in a world at war and still maintain the heart's own private peace. Dear heaven. Dear heaven, I give thanks to thee for the things I did not know before, and for wisdom and maturity, for bread and a roof, and for one thing more. Thanks because I still can see the bloom on the white magnolia tree. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, and thanks to Helen Deutsch for her lovely poem.
We'll be ready with the South Pacific call in a few seconds, Mr. Coleman.
Thank you, engineer. As you know, last week after Bob Burns and I talked to an American ranger in England, to a bazooka accompaniment, we announced this week's port of call, Port Moresby. A telephone call came to us then from a mother here in Los Angeles. She told us her son was somewhere in the South Pacific and that she... let her speak for herself. Mrs. Gamil, won't you say again what you said to me?
Well, my son is stationed at a base somewhere in the South Pacific. He's been there over a year. I know I can't talk to him, but if I could talk to some other boys near where he is, somehow it would bring you close to me. Don't you understand?
Yes, of course we do, Mrs. Gamil. So that you're here, and I hope that...
Mr. Coleman, the Guinea's standing by.
Oh, thank you, engineer. They're ready to talk to us, Mrs. Gamil. Here, take this headphone. You'll hear the boys through it, and you can talk direct to them through this microphone. Hello, Port Moresby. This is Ronald Coleman in Hollywood calling.
Hello, Mr. Coleman. This is Port Moresby, New Guinea.
Is that you, Sergeant Werman?
Yes, sir.
And is Private Peter Saletos there?
I am Mr. Coleman. How's the weather up in Hollywood?
The weather? Well, the temperature is censored. The wind velocity is censored. But confidentially and between ourselves, I'm carrying an umbrella.
I get it.
Sergeant Werman, I'm told that you're the top pharmacist in the Army hospital down there.
Yes, sir. I'm head man on the iodine squad.
The iodine squad? Your folks back in Everett, Massachusetts want to know if you're still interested in opening a drugstore when you get back.
What did you say, Mr. Coleman?
I said in Everett, Massachusetts. They want to know if you'll be opening a drugstore when you get back.
Sure. But I won't fill any prescriptions in my drugstore. I've had enough of that kind of stuff.
Well, what will you sell?
and banana splits and silk stockings and chicken legs and cakes and bathing caps.
Modern design, eh? Well, now, anything you'd like to know from home, Sergeant?
Yes. How's my mother?
Oh, your mother's feeling much better. And speaking of mothers, there's someone here...
Oh, I'm a little nervous. Please, Mr. Coleman, not now.
All right. The lady here will talk to you later. Meanwhile, how about you, Private Siletus? I'm told that you and men like Sergeant Werman are the unsung heroes of the South Pacific. You work in the hospital, you cook, you're phone operators, you bring in supplies under fire.
Oh, nothing heroic about it, Mr. Coleman. There's many things to be done, and everybody's got to pitch in. It's a long way yet to Tokyo.
I'm going to repeat those words for the home folks, Peter. Everyone's got to pitch in because it's a long way to Tokyo. Now, Mrs. Gamble, are you ready to talk now?
Oh, yes.
Fellas, here with me in the studio is Mrs. Noreen Gamil. Her son's a CB down there, somewhere in your vicinity. Mrs. Gamil, meet the boys.
Hello, boys.
Hello. How are you?
Oh, my boy's name is William E. Gamil. Do you know him?
No, we don't, Mrs. Camille. But is there anything we can do for you?
Well, in his last letter, he said it was very hot down there. Would you tell him to stay in out of the sun as much as he can?
Oh, we're healthy down here, Mr. Camille. We've got the best of everything, except for one thing.
Except for one thing? Well, what's that, Peter?
Chocolate eclairs.
Chocolate eclairs? Oh, that's funny. That's just what my boy likes. And chocolate pudding and chocolate pies.
You're talking about my favorite dish.
Well, when you get back, why don't you come over to my house and I'll make you some.
Where do you live?
4805 Gloria Avenue, Encino, California.
Got it.
Boys, is there anything we can do for you right now?
Keep that blood plasma cup.
Plasma? We will.
Mr. Coleman.
Yeah.
Mr. Savino here got a valentine from his girlfriend.
What's that? He got a valentine?
Yes, but he can't send her one. We're first out of valentines down here.
All right, Private Siletus. Tell me your girlfriend's name and address, and I'll send her one.
Hey, do you think I'm crazy?
Time's up, Mr. Coleman.
Mrs. Camille, anything more you want to say to the boys?
Oh, boys, please don't forget. His name is William E. Gamil. If you see him, tell him I miss him and think of him.
Well,
well, goodbye, fellas. We're run out of time.
So long, Mr. Coleman. Give my regards to the Philadelphia field.
I will.
Goodbye, Mrs. Gamble.
Goodbye, boys, and bless you.
Goodbye, fellas. Ladies and gentlemen, the circuit to New Guinea is broken. You heard one of the boys say that the most important thing we can send them is plasma, our blood. Blood is something those boys can't buy down there. Only we can give it to them. It's good to think that each time one of us brings our blood through a Red Cross Center door, another of our boys is brought back to life.
Again next week, Autolite invites you to be present for this new global half hour, Everything for the Boys, uniting the home front with the battlefront overseas. Your host, Ronald Coleman, will have as his guest Miss Ida Lupino in a dramatization by Arch Oboler of the very exciting novel Rogue Mail.
Until next week, then, when you will hear from two Red Cross workers in active service abroad and my guest, Miss Ida Lupino, this is Ronald Coleman saying good night to you and the boys, and God be with you.
The appearance of Army personnel does not constitute endorsement of the product advertised. This program has come to you from Hollywood and New Guinea. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
I have flown. I have sailed. I have moved about this world of ours, and ever in search of the finest of its kind, we bring you the tops in spine chillers. The Creaking Door. The manufacturers of State Express 3.5 Filter King cigarettes take pleasure in presenting The Creaking Door.
We're in the waiting room of a prison hospital. A nurse comes up to a seated man, gives him a sedative, and leaves. The man resumes staring into space, and his lips mumble, like a man trying to piece his sanity together. Let's piece it together with him.
I'm back, voluntarily, asking to be readmitted. I left here discharged just 24 hours ago, after 6 months of confinement on suspicion of murder. Only yesterday, the past was as dead as my memory. Only yesterday, the doctor told me I could go.
You're free to go, Mr. Lorimer.
I'm innocent, then? I didn't murder Jenny Latour?
Didn't you? Lorimer, you're free only because the police haven't found Jenny Latour, dead or alive. You're free because you found safety in a kind of self-induced amnesia. You've resisted every medical technique that might restore your memory. You've won, Mr. Lorimer. You're free to go.
Jenny Latour, Jenny Latour, Jenny Latour.
It was a forgotten voice whispering from a lost world. I went home and locked myself in. After 6 months, I was back among familiar things that were suddenly unfamiliar to me. I stared blindly at a small gold statuette. An inscription read, "Awarded to Lee Lorimer for his brilliant direction of the motion picture, The Fugitive Years." I started packing. I had to get away, far away, if I was to live in the future.
Taking a trip?
I wasn't alone. The doors were double-barred, the windows were locked, but there was a leering face studying me from the shadows behind a grand piano. I just saw the face. The piano cut off the rest of him. It was as if a head, just a head, was sitting on the piano top.
I asked if you were taking a trip.
Who are you?
Call me Mr. X.
Mr. X? How did you get in here?
Into a locked room. But shall we say that I came in with you?
You came in with me? That's impossible.
Is it? What if I told you I live inside you? That we have the same nervous system? That we think the same thoughts?
You're me?
Perhaps. Study my head. See how alike we are. Narrow brow, poor eyesight that requires thick-lensed glasses, thick lips. Our faces are identical and identically repulsive. It was our ugliness that revolted Jenny Latour. She never let us forget our face. Remember?
No.
She was nobody when you found her. You taught her to act. You made her the toast of filmland. Remember?
No, I don't remember anything.
That's because you're afraid to remember. What if your fears are groundless? What if Jenny Latour is alive?
Jenny? Alive?
Why not go back over the past, step by step, reconstruct the episode of Jenny Latour, be your own detective?
And if I find her dead? If I find I murdered her?
What if you find her alive? Just missing, but alive. Think of it like that. Come, think.
I'm trying.
You're remembering. There's a light in your eyes that grows brighter and brighter. Where are you, Lorimer?
In a long, dark tunnel. At the end of it, there's a pinpoint of light. I'm crawling towards the pinpoint of light.
Move closer to it. Where are you now?
It's a roadhouse. Somewhere near the ocean. It's the Snow Goose. I'm alone at the table. The pinpoint of light is widening. It's a yellow spotlight. There's a girl in a yellow spotlight playing the piano. An ivory blonde with a face spun from the cloth of dreams.
Good evening, Mr. Lorimer.
Oh, hello, Santos.
So long at the time since the famous director visited, huh?
Who is she?
A little discovery I made. Her name is Jenny. Only Jenny, and no other man. You think she's too beautiful to play the piano in a Snow Goose, huh?
She's an angel.
The first is an angel, but inside is a devil. She tells us to steal the heart. But when she steals the heart, she throws it away. Ask the cook, Carl. And Joseph? Tomorrow ask the fisherman, Eduardo. See, foolish Eduardo now, there standing by his Jenny at the piano.
I looked. Eduardo was a skinny youth with a wild mane of hair that looked as if it had never known a comb. the fierce look of a young animal.
Eduardo's her boyfriend? Today, yes. Tomorrow, no more. Tomorrow, Eduardo will maybe jump off his boat. Yes?
When she's finished, send Jenny to my table.
When Jenny comes, hide the heart.
Hide the heart, I couldn't. It was right on my sleeve, beating away crazily. Jenny came to sit with me. She was silent for a long while, with her eyes taking stock of me coldly.
That fleshy tie pin you wear, is it real?
Real? Oh, yes, Jenny. 16 diamonds. Here, examine it. You like it?
You're stupid to wear it here. Somebody might steal it from you.
It's, insured.
Somebody who steals it might first leave a fish knife in your bag.
You see things with a rather practical eye, don't you, Jenny?
I see you as a fool coming to our waterfront in a fine car and wearing fine clothes with diamonds on your tie and diamonds on your fingers.
You're uncomfortably direct, Jenny.
I say what I think. Even if you don't like it, I say what I think.
Of course, shows character.
Gentleman talk that says nothing. You sound like an idiot.
Just trying to get along with you. You're a new experience for me, and I want you to like me.
I'll never like you. Your face looks like the inside of a fish when it gets red like that.
Jenny, please.
Why does a great movie director waste his time here?
I get into a mood and go off for a long drive. Even film directors get fed up with shop talk and film people.
More gentleman talk that says nothing.
Sometimes visiting back streets and out-of-the-way places pays off. You run into a face or a personality that turns out to be a gold mine, sort of talent scouting.
No failure, Mr. Director. Jenny doesn't like brides.
I can push you right to the top. Fame, applause. Jenny, you'll have the world at your feet.
And will you be at my feet, too?
Yes, I'll be at your feet, too. Say yes, Jenny.
Maybe. And maybe not.
Maybe, and maybe not. I came back night after night, hoping to catch her eye, begging for a look, flinching when she tossed her head in my direction tauntingly. And always, night after night, her boyfriend Eduardo stood over the piano, watching her with ferocious eyes. She'll never like me, Santos. She said she'll never like me. It's hopeless.
Might be matter hopeless. This morning, Jenny fight with Eduardo. Beat a fight, tooth and a nail. Yeah, Eduardo not her face anymore, just one big scratch. Hey, look now. Eduardo touch her and she kick him.
I looked. Eduardo was pulling at Jenny's arm and her teeth bit into his hand. Jenny flung free and dashed out into the night. A moment later, Eduardo, livid with rage, dashed after her. I hesitated.
Go to the docks, like the fisherman, and maybe you will make one bigger catch tonight.
Follow them?
Eduardo is a wild man, and maybe Jenny needed protection, huh? Maybe it's so dark on the docks. Jenny not to see your face this time.
I went out into the night, shamelessly, after Jenny and Eduardo. I crept along the docks, then stopped when I found them. They were 50 feet away from me, silhouetted against the night sky and ocean, quarreling. Then, suddenly, Jenny was clawing at him like a tigress. A minute later, the shot came. Jenny, how did it happen?
He was going to kill me.
You struggled for Eduardo's gun and it went off accidentally. Whose gun was it?
My gun. In case Eduardo tried to use his fish knife. You think I wanted the lovesick pig to use his dirty fish knife on me?
Your gun? Jenny, they'll call it murder. They'll say you killed him. What's funny?
Your funny face. You stole out here to take me from Eduardo. Now you're afraid you're going to lose me to the executioner.
You're not afraid?
Maybe. And maybe not. I don't care. My life is not so much.
Jenny, you're not going to die. We'll get rid of Eduardo.
How?
We'll drop him into the ocean.
The fishermen will be looking for him tomorrow.
We'll forge a note and have it delivered to Santos. The note will say, broken-hearted Eduardo has gone off somewhere forever. Jenny, it's the only way to save you.
Now you are offering me the biggest bribe of all. My life.
It was the one bribe she couldn't refuse. In the deep night, I was feverishly stuffing her weighted body into a sack to prevent a cold, bloodless, man-hating girl who made no bones about her contempt for me. Soon, Eduardo was ready for his watery grave. Jenny?
Yes?
Nothing.
You are going to say, Jenny, you belong to me now. After tonight, you belong to me.
Yes, I was going to say that. You do belong to me now.
No. It is you who belong to me, Mr. Director. After tonight, it is you who belong to me.
But of the murder of Jenny, you adored her. Come, dare to remember. Go back into the past.
I'm trying. But the memory has stopped. It's lost with Eduardo in the dark waters of the sea.
You gave Jenny the one bribe she couldn't refuse, her life. She came here with you. You changed her shabby dress for the latest Paris effort. You renamed her Jenny Latour. You taught her to act. As you promised, you pushed her to the top with the world at her feet.
I can't remember. There's a high wall I can't climb.
You must. You won an Oscar for the motion picture The Fugitive Years. The picture starred Bruce Chester and Jenny Latour.
Jenny Latour. She did everything to hurt me. She'd flaunt other men in front of me.
Even her co-star, Bruce Chester?
Yes, even Bruce Chester. Jenny used him to torture me. She went everywhere with him. Everywhere she knew I'd be. If I was within earshot, she'd let me overhear intimate conversations. Tender talk calculated to drive me out of my mind.
Jenny.
Yes, Chester.
Come away with me, Jenny. Tonight.
No, it's impossible.
But I don't understand. You want to marry me? I know you do.
I'm not free to marry you, Chester.
Is it Larimer?
I watched Jenny's head turn just a little. She was playing coy with Chester, playing the sweet young Angéline in distress.
Yes, Chester, it's Larimer.
But why? He's helped you, of course, but that doesn't give him ownership of you.
But he does own me, Chester. He owns me completely. Lorimer's insanely jealous of me.
What's that? So am I insanely jealous of you.
But Lorimer's jealousy doesn't stop at murder.
Murder?
Yes. He's already done murder.
Jenny.
Just a year ago, a young fisherman was in love with me. Then Lorimer came along. One night of the talks, Lorimer shot Eduardo to death.
It was a monstrous lie. But I guess Jenny's motive for telling it. Hating me as she did, it was a way of humbling me, ruining me. Jenny had given Chester a mortgage on my future, on my life. My instinct about her motive was right. Jenny confirmed it the next day. We were at the top of Tor Mountain. Below us was a sheer drop of 1,000 feet. Jenny,
I'll say it for you, Mr. Director. Jenny, I overheard you with Bruce Chester last night.
As you meant me to.
Yes, as I meant you to.
Why did you do it?
I'm not exactly sure. I watched your face redden like the inside of a fish.
Jenny.
And then it wasn't your face. It was my father's face. Red and ugly as it used to get just before he went for the whip. I wanted to see you squirm, Mr. Fish.
Jenny, stop.
Let me go. I wanted to make you feel the whip, too.
Jenny, I'm not your father. The lie you told gave Chester the power of life and death over me. You wanted it that way, didn't you?
Yes. And Chester will use what he knows. He's the type that does. He'll bleed you and blackmail you. You're a great Lee Lorimer will be just Bruce Chester's office boy.
You hate me as much as that?
Even more than that. Tomorrow, I'm going to marry Bruce Chester. I loathe him, but I'm going to marry him tomorrow. That's how much I hate you.
She stood there, an arm's length from me, on the roof of the world with her face disfigured with hatred. You'll not marry tomorrow, Jenny. Tomorrow Bruce Chester will only lay a wreath on your grave.
Oh, you wouldn't dare to kill me.
I must dare.
No! Get away! Get away!
She went over the cliff with a haunting scream that plunged through my heart. Jenny! I drove home. I was as cold as ice, a mechanical man whose mind had fallen into the abyss. At home, I found Bruce Chester waiting for me. He was quivering with repressed excitement. Yes, Chester?
Larimer, you're a homicidal maniac.
Watch your tongue.
I saw you drive up Tor Mountain with Jenny. When you drove down, you were alone. You threw her off the cliff.
All right. Call the police. I don't care anymore.
Oh, no, Larimer, not the police. Nothing as easy as that.
What do you want?
Your sanity. You pushed Jenny off the cliff. But did you kill her? Ask yourself, did you actually kill Jenny?
I don't understand.
Did you really kill her? Or was the fall broken and Jenny lives? A miracle happened and Jenny lives out of your reach.
That's impossible.
Is it? Why don't you go and look? See if you can find her broken body at the bottom of the cliff. Go and look, why don't you? And then go out of your mind!
I combed the foot of the cliff, inch for inch, all that day and all the next day. I searched every yard, every foot, every inch, but found nothing. Jenny had vanished without a trace, as if her body, like her death cry, had evaporated in the atmosphere. Had I really murdered Jenny? Or was she miraculously alive somewhere enjoying my torment? I looked to Mr. X for an exchange of ideas. But he was gone. The man who looked like a head sitting on the piano top was gone. Mr. X! Mr. X! I was alone in the room. Had I imagined him? Had my fears conjured him up? Did my so-called Mr. X really live inside me, as real as conscience, as deep as guilt? I had to get away. I had to get away.
Flight 4, Athens, Gate 6. Flight 4, Athens, Gate 6.
But there, lounging against the entrance gate, right in my path, I saw Jenny. Jenny with 2 suitcases at her feet. It was a hallucination. I didn't dare call her for fear she'd change into somebody else. I didn't dare approach her for fear she'd vanish into thin air. The moment hung, and the voice of a street photographer clamoured at me.
Take a picture, mister. Hurry, you want a picture?
Yes, I want a picture.
It'll only take a second.
I want you to photograph that girl over there.
That one leaning against Gate 6.
Yes, but quietly, without fuss. I want the picture to be a surprise.
All right, sir. Just leave it to me.
The boy edged away, and then, in a flash, Jenny was gone. I hadn't taken my eyes off her, but she'd changed to somebody else. A strange woman who didn't bear the slightest resemblance to Jenny was lounging against Gate 6. I couldn't run, go anywhere. Hallucinations had settled in every corner of my brain. My mind was a great wasteland with Jenny standing everywhere in the rubble. I knew I could never live in the future, because I had no future. I'm here now, back in the prison hospital, asking to be readmitted. I told the doctor the whole memory, all about Mr. X, Santos, Chester, and Jenny. About Jenny going over the cliff, and Jenny lounging against Gate 6 at the airport.
Lorimer?
I'm to be readmitted?
You're under arrest for murder.
But we don't know about Jenny.
Don't we? Tell him to Detective Cantrell?
I found Jenny Latour buried in a shallow grave at the foot of Tor Mountains.
Detective Cantrell? You're the man who lives inside me. You're Mr. X.
Just a persevering policeman with a knack for makeup, Mr. Lorimer. You wouldn't remember voluntarily, so I tried another method. Jenny Latour was killed in that fall off the cliff. Bruce Chester buried her on the spot, and then tried to confuse you and drive you insane.
And I was just seeing ghosts at the airport. It wasn't Jenny.
That's your department, Doctor.
It was just a hallucination, Lorimer. Had you taken that plane, you'd see Jenny Latour everywhere you went.
Oh, for the record, we even contacted that street photographer. He's outside now, looking for the money you skipped off without paying. Kenny, send that photographer in. Is this the photographer, Mr. Lorimer?
Yes.
Pay him the shilling and send him on his way.
Here, boy. Keep the change.
Hey, Bob. Oh, thanks, mister. Oh, I nearly forgot. Here's your picture.
Wasted money, Mr. Lorimer. Hallucinations just don't photograph.
Cantrell. Doctor. A photograph. It's a picture of Jenny Latour.
If it is, I'll eat it. Give me that photograph.
Yeah.
Well, I'll be...
What is it, Cantrell?
Doctor, I dug the girl out of a ditch at the foot of Tor Mountain. But here she is, as large as life, right on this photograph.
The manufacturers of State Express 3/5 Filter King cigarettes invite you to listen next Saturday at 9 o'clock, when they will again present The Creaking Door.
That whistle is your signal for the Signal Oil program, The Whistler. Rated tops in popularity for a longer period of time than any other West Coast program. And Signal gasoline is tops, too, tops in quality. It takes extra quality, you know, to give you extra mileage. And Signal is the famous Go Farther gasoline, available wherever you see the Signal circle sign in yellow and black that identifies independent Signal dealers from Canada to Mexico.
I'm the Whistler, and I know many things, for I walk by night. I know many strange tales hidden in the hearts of men and women who have stepped into the shadows. Yes, I know the nameless terrors of which they dare not speak.
And now the Whistler's strange story. Search for an unknown.
The tall, dark-haired man and his companion moved away from the bar, crossed the cocktail lounge, and stopped before the huge windows to gaze out over the city. As they stood there, watching the flickering lights across San Francisco Bay, the girl unconsciously began toying with the shiny new wedding band on her finger. Then, as the man raised his glass to drink, she turned and looked up to him.
What are you thinking about, Frank?
Albert Maxwell. The little guy over there across the bay waiting in the death cell.
What time is it?
He's got 10 minutes to go.
He deserves to die.
Yeah. But if I'd played this case smart, things might have turned out better. Sometimes I wish I'd never been mixed up in it at all.
Do you, Charlie? If you hadn't, you wouldn't have met me.
I'd have found you somewhere, darling, sooner or later. You know, Julie, maybe I ought to give it up. quit making like a private eye and take up selling shoelaces.
I'd much rather you remain Frank Ferguson, private investigator.
Funny, most wives would object.
Would it make any difference if I did?
Maybe. Maybe not. Come on, Julie. Let's go home.
All right. Frank, in a few minutes, when the execution's over, you're going to forget the whole thing, aren't you?
Sure. Sure, I'll forget it.
As Frank Ferguson and his bride of 24 hours moved across the cocktail lounge toward the elevators, he wondered if he could forget it. Forget the story at all. Of course, it wasn't his. He'd only played a small part in it. Actually, it was Duncan McKay's story. Duncan McKay, head of the largest gambling syndicate west of the Rockies. And Ferguson's thoughts went back to the night it all began. The night months ago when he arrived at McKay's heavily guarded estate in San Mateo. Had been ushered into the billiard room by Jim Slade, McKay's bodyguard.
Mr. McKay?
Yes, Slade, what is it? Oh, come in.
So, you're a billiard expert.
So you're Ferguson, huh?
Yeah, I'm Ferguson.
You know, you don't look...
I don't look like a private eye. That's what they keep telling me.
You play?
By the boys along Montgomery Street, I was voted most likely to rip up the table in 1949.
Yeah, how'd you play this one?
Against the cushion. Where else?
5 says I do it the hard way.
5.
You can deduct it from my bill, huh?
Why did you send for me, McKay?
Well, they tell me you're a pretty smart boy.
Let's get to the point, huh?
Sure. The point, Ferguson, is that somebody is out to kill me.
That's news?
All right. I've been threatened before, but this time, well, it's a little different. I received a letter a few days ago, a letter threatening my life.
Doesn't sound like any of your former playmates, huh?
That's right. They wouldn't operate that way. From the crowd, you don't get advance notice. You suddenly wind up in an alley full of slugs.
So you got a letter. Why worry? You got a nice setup here. You can hide behind your steel fence and those guards. There isn't a chance of anybody getting close enough to you to do any damage. What are you so nervous about?
I'm not nervous, Ferguson. I'm not worried at all. Let's say I'm amused. My curiosity has been aroused. This whole thing intrigues me.
I don't get it.
You will. Here, just a second. Yeah, yesterday afternoon's paper on page 2. Pictures and everything.
Mm-hmm. So a couple of citizens in Frisco received threatening letters. Same as yours?
Yeah, the same.
Julie Wilson, Albert Dobbs. A hat-check girl and a hardware clerk. Friends of yours?
Never saw them before in my life.
She's a good-looking dame.
If you like hat-check girls.
I don't throw rocks at anybody.
According to the paper, the Wilson girl doesn't know Dobbs, and he's never heard of her. So there it is, Ferguson. 3 strangers. We each get a letter threatening us with death. And we don't know why.
There must be some connection.
Now, that's why I hired you, Ferguson. I want you to find out what that link is. What ties me up with a hat-check girl and a guy who sells nuts and bolts in some crummy hardware store.
You resent the company, McKay? That's what's bothering you?
At some point in our lives, our paths must have crossed. Somewhere
along the road, the 3 of you kicked somebody in the teeth. And now this somebody wants to introduce you to an embalmer the hard way.
Now, look, I want you to find out all there is to know about this Wilson dame. And this guy, Albert Dobbs. Where they're from, what they've done, who they know, everything. I want a complete report on both of them.
All right, McKay. I'll even find out what kind of toothpaste they use. Let me see you make this shot, huh? 10 says that you don't.
10 says I do.
Thought you said you weren't nervous, McKay. I'll add it onto the bill, I'll see you around. Don't worry, I'll take care of everything.
You smile as Ferguson leaves, don't you, McKay? Confident that once he finds out all there is to know about Julie Wilson and Albert Dobbs, once the link is established between the 3 of you, that you'll know is threatening your life. And then You'll take care of everything. In the days that follow, you wait anxiously for some word from Ferguson. And then finally, one evening...
Yes?
Hello, McKay. This is Ferguson.
Well?
I thought you better know, McKay. Somebody else received one of those letters. A guy named Brovelli. Gino Brovelli. You know him?
Brovelli? I never heard of him. But put him on the list, along with Julie Wilson and that Dobbs guy. Talk to him.
Okay, but he won't answer.
Why not?
He met with an accident. He's on a slab at the morgue.
With the prologue of Search for an Unknown, the Signal Oil Company brings you another strange story by The Whistler. And now back to The Whistler.
You don't like to admit it, do you, McKay? But the news is more than a little disturbing. The news that the killer has claimed his first victim. A man named Brovelli is dead. A man who, along with Julie Wilson and Albert Dobbs, received a threatening letter similar to the one that was sent to you. But the killer will never reach you, will he? Not as long as you remain within the protective walls of your estate, with Jim Slade, your bodyguard, close by your side. You're going to play it safe and wait until you find the link. The tie between you, Julie Wilson, and Albert Dobbs. And then you'll go after the killer yourself. As you pace the floor of your library, 1,000 questions flash through your mind. Questions you waste little time asking when Ferguson finally arrives.
That's what I said, McKay, a window washer.
Brovelli, a window washer.
Yeah, he fell out of a 20-story window late yesterday afternoon. It looked like an accident. That is, until this letter came around to his boarding house this morning. The landlady spotted it the way it was addressed, you know. She called the cops.
Now, wait a minute. Brovelli was already dead when the letter arrived.
Yeah, the letter was postmarked yesterday at 5 p.m. Brovelli took a dive around 3.
Yeah, but why mail a letter to a man after you've already killed him?
Well, maybe the killer saw an opportunity to knock off Brovelli ahead of schedule and took it. That's one way of looking at it.
Yeah, there's another?
A couple of more, McKay. Suppose Brovelli wasn't on your friend's list at all. Suppose the letter was written by some crackpot or a guy with a warped sense of humor.
You said the letter was the same.
Well, sure, but anybody can get a piece of butcher paper and scrawl something on it with a hook of red crayon.
Oh, you think that's what happened?
No, here's what I think happened. The killer hears about a guy falling out of a building. This gives him an idea. He decides to make you sweat a little, so he writes the letter. You get the picture?
Yes, I get the picture.
Your nerves are showing, McKay.
All right. What do you find out about the others? The Wilson girl. Dobbs.
Well, here's a 10-page report on Julie Wilson, or a hat-check girl faces life. She's a sweet kid, McKay.
Here she, Ferguson. How'd you meet her? Barroom pickup? She throw herself at your feet when you bought her a beer?
No. It was all very formal, McKay. The gent who owns the club where she works introduced us. Like I said, she's a sweet kid. I've been to the club lots of times. Somehow I never noticed her.
Yeah, maybe that's because you never checked your hat, huh?
Touche.
Now, how about this hardwork, like this Albert Dobbs? What'd you dig up on him?
I didn't. He's disappeared.
Disappeared?
I went around to his hotel this afternoon. The clerk told me he packed up and left. Address unknown.
Fine. That's great.
Well, don't get excited. I got a couple of leads I want to check on as soon as I get back to town. I'll find him, McKay.
Well, see that you do. And call me the minute you line up in it.
Sure.
Slade?
Yeah?
You show Mr. Ferguson out and see I'm not disturbed for the next few hours.
All right, Mr. McKay.
It's almost 4 a.m. when you finally set aside the report on Julie Wilson. You've been over it again and again and again, but it revealed absolutely nothing, not the slightest clue, not a single link to connect your life with that of the girl. You turn out the desk lamp, lean back in your chair, and close your eyes. There's still Albert Dobbs, the hardware clerk, isn't there, McKay? Yes. Perhaps in his story you'll find the missing pieces of the puzzle. The days drag on. You wait impatiently for Ferguson to call, but he doesn't. And then on the morning of the 4th day, Slade interrupts you at breakfast.
Yeah? What is it, Slade?
It's about Ferguson, Mr. McKay.
Yeah? Well, what about him?
He's been checking up on you.
You what?
Yeah, that's right. Been going around town asking a lot of questions. They're all about you.
I don't like that, Slade. I don't like that at all. I'm not paying him to pry into... Wait a minute. How did you find out?
I've had one of my boys tailing him for a week.
Why?
Well, I thought it would be a good idea.
You know, what else have you found out?
He's been spending a lot of time with that Julie Wilson. They're getting real chummy. Real chummy. Of course, she's a good-looking doll.
Yeah.
She's up to something, Mr. McKay. Maybe she's in it with him.
You never trusted Ferguson, have you, Slade?
No. Why hasn't he told you he's found Albert Dobbs?
You what?
Yeah. That's something else I found out. My boy tailed him 2 days in a row to a crummy little hotel on Mission Street. Only it wasn't until a couple hours ago he found out who Ferguson was seeing there.
Dobbs?
Ferguson was talking to the little guy in the lobby.
It hasn't turned out the way you planned at all, has it, McKay? Slade is right. Ferguson must be up to something. You're not exactly sure just what it is, but you're not going to take any chances. You hurry to the phone and dial. And as you do, you notice your hand is trembling. You call Ferguson's office. There's no answer. Then you ring his apartment.
Hello?
Who is this?
Well, who do you wish to speak to?
Ferguson. I'm a client of his.
Oh, just a minute.
It's the Wilson dame. She's at his apartment.
Hello?
This is McKay.
Yeah.
Was that the Wilson girl?
Yeah. We figured it'd be a lot safer if she stayed here at my place while I'm away.
You're not going anywhere, Ferguson.
Well, you're wrong, McKay. I am.
No, you're wrong, Ferguson. I want to see you right away.
Sorry, I'm due at the airport in half an hour. I'm flying down to L.A. I'll see you when I get back. I'm on to something.
Yeah, I'll bet you are. All right, Ferguson. I'll see you when you get back. You can count on.
Leaving town, is he?
Yeah. He didn't mention Dobbs. We got to get moving, Slade. Ferguson's a smart operator. If he can fit this puzzle together before I do, he'll have me right behind the 8 ball.
Yeah. He gets the story from the girl, from Dobbs, checks on your background, and he's in.
Yeah.
He can cause you plenty of trouble and cost you plenty of money, too.
Well, that may not be what he has in mind, but I'm not going to take many chances. From now on, I'm going to handle things my way. Tonight, we're going to drop around to Ferguson's apartment and have a nice, long talk with Julie Wilson.
Yes?
Hello, Julie.
Hello?
We're friends of Ferguson.
Oh, well, he isn't here right now.
Yeah, I know. Come on, Slade.
Just a minute. What do you want?
Relax. Nobody's going to hurt you. We just want to talk, that's all.
About what?
This. Little report on you, Julie. I want to be sure you didn't leave out anything on purpose. Now, sit down.
I don't know anything about it. You gotta believe
Come on,
me.
sit. Now, take it easy, Slade. You might hurt the pretty lady.
Please, I told you all I know. Now leave me alone.
What did you tell Ferguson? What did you tell him he forgot to include in his report?
Honest, I don't know what you mean.
Now, look, it's getting late and my patience is getting a little bit thick. Oh, hello, Ferguson. You got back from L.A. in a hurry.
What's the idea, McKay?
Oh, we just dropped around, have a friendly chat.
Look, McKay, I don't like guys to call on my girl unless she invites them.
Your girl?
That's what I said. Julie and I are going to get married.
Please, Frank, it's all right.
Married, huh? You know, I don't get you at all, Ferguson. When I showed you her picture in the paper, you didn't know her.
I didn't then. It happened kind of quick between us.
I see.
I don't think you do, McKay. Whether you do or not, you can take a powder now and take your ape with you.
Listen, Ferguson. All right, Slade, don't annoy Mr. Ferguson. His finger figure is nervous. He might do something rash. Come on. We'll see you around, Ferguson. Remember, I still want to talk to you.
McKay?
I'd say the girl was leveling. But I'm still not sold on Ferguson. And we'll find out soon enough. So where's Dobbs hiding out?
Mission Street, near the waterfront. Not too far from here.
Well, let's go see him. You know, he might have the answer.
Yes. You want to believe that, don't you, McKay? That Dobbs holds the key to the mystery. That once you've heard his story, you'll know who sent the letter threatening your life. A quarter of an hour later, you park your car on Lower Mission Street, while Slade hurries into a small, dimly lit hotel. A few minutes, and he's back.
He's registered under a phony name. Clerk said he hasn't come in yet.
You sure?
Cost me $5. I'm sure.
All right. We'll wait. Give me a cigarette, will you, Slade?
Sure, Mr. McKay.
Yeah, thanks. So what time is it?
A little after 2 o'clock.
2 o'clock. What's keeping him?
Think he'll show?
He's got to.
I never saw you like this, Mr. McKay. Jumpy. It isn't like...
All right, I'm jumpy. What do you expect?
Sure.
I don't like this setup, Slade. Don't like it at all. I've always known who my enemies were. Always been able to take care of them when they came around looking for trouble. This time I don't know who I'm up against. Makes a lot of difference, Slade. Makes a lot.
What's wrong?
Up ahead. Just turned the corner. Coming this way.
Could be.
Wait till he walks by.
Dobbs?
Huh?
Like to talk to you.
So you're police?
No, we're not police. Take it easy, Dobbs. We're not going to hurt you.
No, wait.
Now, relax. Come on.
Hello, Dobbs.
Who are you?
A handy guy for you to know, if you want to level with me.
But I don't understand.
Hey, we'll talk about it on the way.
Where are we going?
Down to my place at the peninsula. Nice, quiet, very safe place for both of us, Dobbs.
Both of us?
I think it'd be a good idea for us to have a little talk. Maybe we can add up a few things and find out who's trying to kill us.
Us? You mean you two?
Yeah, we're both in the same boat. Now get in, Dobbs. We're wasting time.
Shortly after 3 a.m, you arrive at the gates of your estate. Watch them swing open. You nod to the guards and drive on up the roadway to the house. And a few minutes later, you're sitting in the library, facing Albert Dobbs across the desk.
Sure you won't have one, Mr. Dobbs?
No, thank you.
Yeah. Now go ahead, Slade. Fix yourself a drink.
Thanks.
So you don't know why anyone would want to kill you, eh, Dobbs? No idea at all.
No, Mr. McKay, I don't have any idea at all.
You're scared, aren't you?
Oh, yes, I am. Aren't you?
Now, look, suppose you start in from the beginning. Maybe we can help each other.
Start in?
Yeah, I want you to tell me all there is to know about Albert Dobbs. Where you're from, where you've been, what you've done, who you know, everything.
Oh, I see. Yes.
Now, go ahead.
Yes, well, but I was born in 1893.
1893? Yeah, might as well pull up a chair, Slade. This is going to take a long time. But I've got a hunch this is it, and it's going to be worth it.
The Whistler will return in just a moment with a strange ending to tonight's story. Meantime, I'd like to ask one of you ladies a question. Are you going to serve iced tea with your Thanksgiving dinner?
Of course not. In cold weather, we prefer a hot drink.
Precisely. And just as you choose a different diet in cool weather, Remember, your car needs a different cold weather diet, too, if you want to keep performance up and wear down.
Just what do you mean by a cold weather diet for a car?
Well, first of all, the transmission and differential should be drained and refilled with the correct winter grade of signal gear lubricant. If your front wheel bearings and speedometer cable haven't been repacked for 5,000 miles, now's a good time to have your signal dealer tend to that. And, of course, the tired old motor oil should be drained and replaced with Signal Premium Compounded Motor Oil, the new type oil that does so much more than just lubricate.
What more can an oil do than lubricate?
A good question. You see, because scientific compounds have been added to Signal Premium Compounded Motor Oil, it actually removes carbon and prevents corrosion. That's why more and more drivers who want a sweeter running motor are switching to Signal Premium Compounded Motor Oil. And now, back to the Whistler.
It's almost dawn now, and you're tired, aren't you, McKay? You lean back wearily in your chair, close your eyes, listen to the voice of Albert Dobbs as it drones on and on. Names, dates, places, and more names and dates and places. Not a one stirred a single spark in your memory. But the story of Albert Dobbs isn't over yet, is it? Somewhere your paths must have crossed. Somewhere you met the one person who now wants to kill you both.
I had to leave. I went back to Los Angeles.
Oh, wait a minute. When was this again?
Well, let's see, 1929.
All right. 1929, L.A. Where'd you live?
On 54th Street, near Figueroa.
Where?
Well, 54th Street. I had a small flat near the... Well, what's the matter, Mr. McKay? Have I said something?
In an instant, your thoughts race back through the years. Back to that unfortunate little affair on 54th Street in Los Angeles. 19 years ago, wasn't it, McKay? You were just one of Galetti's strong-arm boys then, selling protection to small shopkeepers. And that night, your methods of persuasion proved fatal to a man who ran a grocery store. You're confident now that you're on the right track at last. Dobbs, the frightened little man who sits facing you across the desk, has established the link. The rest of his story will supply information you've been looking for. But you don't want your bodyguard Slade around over here.
Slade.
Yeah, Mr. McKay?
Yeah, why don't you turn in and get some sleep?
Oh, that's all right. I don't think...
You better turn in, Slade.
Sure. You're the boss.
Now, all right, Dobbs. About 54th Street in L.A. Now, suppose you tell me who... Hello?
McKay, this is Ferguson.
Yeah, what do you want, Shamus?
Look, McKay, you can thank Julie for this call. She talked me into it. I was in favor of letting you sweat.
What are you talking about?
Till I made that trip to L.A., I wasn't sure. I am now. I've got your man, the guy who's trying to kill you. As soon as I hang up, I'm calling the police.
Wait a minute. You know who...
Yeah. A guy named Maxwell died in L.A. His brother's been after you a long time, McKay. But with all that protection you had, he couldn't get close to you. So he figured out a way to get you to come after him.
What?
That letter he sent you. He knew if he mailed the other two to a couple of strangers, people you'd never heard of, your curiosity would be aroused. The letter he sent to Julie was a blind. But the one he sent to himself was going to pay off.
To himself?
He'll kill you the first time he gets you alone, McKay, so I thought I ought to warn you. His real name is Albert Maxwell, but we know him as Albert Dobbs.
Dobbs? Dobbs?
That's right. I'm Albert Maxwell.
Wait a minute. You got me wrong. You got... Slade! Slade!
Let that whistle be your signal for the Signal Oil program, The Whistler, each Sunday night at this same time. Signal Oil Company has asked me to remind you that the community chest drive, now in progress, deserves the support of all of us because all of us benefit either directly or indirectly through improved community conditions. So give generously to your community chest. Featured in tonight's story were Willard Waterman and Frank Lovejoy. The Whistler was produced and directed by George W. Allen with story by Adrian Jondeau and music by Wilbur Hatch, and was transmitted to our troops overseas by the Armed Forces Radio Service. Remember at this same time next Sunday, another strange tale by The Whistler. Marvin Miller speaking. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
And on an evening a week later, you're thinking only of Sally as you dance with her at the home of Mrs. Alice Terhune Franklin, mother of her fiancé, Stephen Franklin.
Oh, Dad, isn't it wonderful? I'm so happy.
I know you are. You show it.
I guess I do. That's part of the whole thing is you're here.
You think I'd miss it, dear? My only daughter. To think in 4 more days you'll be married.
I wish Mother could have been here.
Yes. So do I.
Do you like Stephen?
Of course. He's a great kid. Your future mother-in-law seems very nice, too.
Mrs. Franklin? Oh, she's swell, Dad. Come on, let's go join Stephen. He's in the library.
You can't leave that man of yours for 5 minutes, eh?
I'll leave him later for a dance with you.
All right, dear. Bringing her back to you, Stephen. Thank you, Mr. Wilson. Enjoying yourself, sir? Yes, I'm doing fine. I'll bet you do a lot better with a little refreshment. Oh, Jameson. Yes, sir? What'll it be, Miss Wilson? Creme de menthe? Stinger? Well, what about you, Mother?
A singer sounds exciting, but just a small one, Jameson. And please have Hilda serve the sandwiches.
Yes, ma'am. And, you, sir? Stinger will be fine for me, too.
Bring them out on the terrace, Jameson. I want Mr. Wilson to see the way we've lighted the garden.
Oh? Now be careful of Mother, Mr. Wilson. Dangerous woman. Very.
Now you two run along and dance. Sally, take him away. I'd love to. That son of mine.
He's a fine boy.
Yes, he is. Here, we can go this way.
Oh, thank you. Hey, this is nice.
Yes. And it was a good excuse. I wanted to talk to you, Mr. Wilson, alone.
Oh?
This is rather difficult for me to talk about, Mr. Wilson, but, well, quite frankly, I'm concerned. And now I don't want you to think it's because we don't all love Sally. We do. But,
But what, Mrs. Franklin?
Well, you run a hardware store, Mr. Wilson, in Medford.
Anything wrong with that?
Oh, no, not at all. I'm sure that it's a very fine store. But before that, who were you? What did you do?
Who was I?
Well, what I mean is, we know so little about you. Sally herself doesn't even seem sure. I only wondered if you...
It's quite natural that you'd wonder, Mrs. Franklin, but I can set your mind at ease. I was brought up by an uncle. Ran away like so many youngsters did in those days. Went to sea for a while.
Oh? And your uncle? Where is he now?
He's dead. He's my mother's brother. As for my father, well, I scarcely remember him, but...
Mr. Wilson, I don't mean to recall unhappy moments, do you? I know you must think I'm terrible, but you see, my son...
I think I understand. I feel the same way about my daughter, Mrs. Franklin. I'm proud that she's marrying Stephen.
Thank you. And I'm sure you can see that I would at least inquire, so that the children shouldn't make a mistake that they might regret.
There would be no regret, Mrs. Franklin. No reason there should be. Believe me.
Very well, Mr. Wilson. We won't discuss it any further. And thank you. After all, the important thing is that Stephen is going to marry a fine girl.
I'm glad you feel that way about Sally.
Oh, I do. And now, if you don't mind, I'll just go back in. Stephen knows that I've been worried, and I want to tell him that everything is all right.
Well, thank you. Mind if I stay here a few minutes?
Oh, yes, do, by all means. It's so nice and quiet that gives the person a chance to think.
Yes.
Oh, and here's Jameson. You can serve Mr. Wilson here, Jameson.
Yes, ma'am.
I'm just going back inside. I'll take mine. Thank you.
I'll be along shortly, Mrs. Franklin.
All right.
Your drink, sir? Oh, yes. Thanks. Thinking of something else? Yes, I was. But it doesn't matter. I think it would, sir. To her. What are you talking about? Delightful woman, Mrs. Franklin. Pleasant, friendly, but very, very devoted to that son of hers. All she has in the world, you know. Aren't you being a little presumptuous, Jameson? Presumptuous? Oh, no, sir. Not at all. I wouldn't dare be presumptuous to one of Mr. confusing, Jameson. Don't suppose you've been sampling these stingers? No, sir. I never drink when I've got business on my mind. But I don't want to be confusing. I want to be perfectly clear. You were asking questions, wasn't you, sir? I want to know all about you. Now, see here, Jameson. I'm talking, sir. And you'd better listen quite carefully if you know what's good for you. Because I could break up your daughter's marriage in a minute. Mr. Jack Foley. Jack Foley? Yes, sir. We know the gentleman, don't we? Now, shall we talk about him? Or do you think Jack Foley prefers to go back behind those prison bars?
This is Alfred Hotchkiss speaking. Vaudeville is dead. And well it should be. For I have just discovered that for 200 years it went under a false name. The whole sticky mess began with a chap named Olivier Basselin, who lived in Normandy in the 15th century. This Basselin fellow wrote songs which poked fun at current events and brought him a fair amount of pay. Since he lived in the valley of the Vire, or as it was said in 15th century French, vaudeville, his compositions were called vaudeville songs. Naturally, his ballads worked their way to Paris, but the Parisians botched the whole thing. They started calling Basselin's creations vaudeville songs. This meant, of all things, Valley of the City. Plays that used such songs were called comedies with vaudeville. Later, Americans borrowed this incorrect term vaudeville to identify the kind of variety show that played the palace. And so you see, no one should be downhearted because vaudeville is dead. It never existed at all. During all those years, it was really vaudeville. My word.
And now back to the Whistlers.
Like the moment of anger that resulted in your sentence for manslaughter, more than a quarter of a century ago, when you were still Jack Foley. The sudden decision you made a few years later to join in that prison break. And now this startling recognition by a servant in the home of your daughter's fiancé, who calls himself Jameson. He can destroy everything he has. Your daughter Sally's coming marriage, your business in Medford. He can even brand your whole life as a masquerade. And tell them all who you really are, and send you back to prison.
Jack Foley, my old classmate, and I'm not mistaken. I've been very careful, Jack. My name is Wilson. Arthur Wilson. Sure. And mine's Jameson. Nowadays, used to be Sanders. Remember me? 3 cells down from you. Same section. Number 34192. I don't know what you're talking about. I've lived in Medford, Oregon for a quarter of a century. I never heard of you. Oh, come now, Foley. Put on your thinking cap. I've told you my name is Wilson. I never saw you before. What a contrasting memory. Boy, I recognized you instantly. But it's understandable. I was a very young man, and you only knew me a short time. You, left us rather suddenly, Jack. Stop calling me that. Sorry, sir. Is that better? You know, I ought to call you lucky. Lucky Jack Foley. Now, Arthur Wilson. Successful businessman, and daughter about to marry into one of the best families in the state. What are you after? Huh? Memory's getting better, isn't it? What is it? What are you after? Is this some sort of blackmail pitch you're giving me? Now, you know, that's an interesting thought. It might be if I were the man you think I am. The man I know you are. Well, if you worked here, Jameson, or Sanders, if you prefer, 6 months or so, you must be out of your mind. Suppose I happen to be Jack Foley. You think for one minute that Mrs. Franklin or anyone else would take your word for it? No, sir. Certainly not. Then what are you driving at? Why all these ridiculous suggestions, Jameson? Sir, I have what is known in the trade as a black-on-white. Surely you remember Professor Flip Dolan, Dean of Forgery? He was in another section, but in the apartment just below. I'm getting tired of this, Jameson. Great man, Professor Dolan. To the professor, any written document with a black-on-white. I have such a document. Regarding Foley? Regarding you, sir. Yes. Light very good out here. Oh, show it to him. But remember, the light's also too good for you to start anything. You seem to think of everything. Take a look at this and you'll really think so, sir. Yeah. The letterhead will convince you, I think. Look at it. Bureau of Identification, Washington, D.C. Department of Fingerprints. The Bureau of Identification sent my fingerprints to you. Oh, no, sir. It was the other way around. I sent your fingerprints to them. But it's quite simple. Training, you know. But I'm sure that as a hardware merchant you are grateful, shall I say, to our alma mater. Your work in the machine shop. I've used my training in photography to advantage many times. Taking fingerprints is a very simple process. Hold on here. Where did you get my fingerprints? Oh, they're all over the house, sir. Naturally, as a servant anxious to please, I go all over the house. I picked up your prints the first night you were here. Water glass, wine glass, knife, fork. Then I sent the photographs off to Washington. It's incredible, but true, huh? The answer here arrived this morning. The prints of Jack Pony, escaped convict, and Mr. Arthur Wilson were exactly the same. Amazing coincidence, don't you think? What are you going to do? The question of what you're going to do, Jack. For me, call me Wilson, Arthur Wilson. Gladly, Mr. Wilson. You'll cooperate then? My daughter is getting married in 4 days. What is it you want? Oh, I'm very common as a blackmailer. I want money. $20,000. Might as well ask for $1 million. I haven't had more than $2,000 or $3,000 in the past 2 years. Oh, come now. A prosperous hardware merchant? I don't even own the store, Jameson. Most of the stock is on consignment. You'll have to sell things much faster than you ever did, won't you, old chap? I can't raise that much money, Jameson. Now, I'm the one who's getting tired. You'll raise it for me every dime, no more, no less, and I want it by Tuesday at 4 o'clock. 2 days? That's impossible. You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to the police. So right ahead. Now I'll go to Mrs. Franklin with this letter. That'll make both our futures. Then I haven't got my daughter's happiness to worry about. Tuesday at 4. Sir? I better have a chance to think, at least. Certainly. Yes, I suggest it. Put on your thinking cap. Good evening. Pleasant chat. Very pleasant chat. There it is, Arthur. A demand that places your future and your daughter's happiness squarely on the block. It's all over if you don't meet Jameson's request for the money. And you haven't the slightest idea where you're going to get it, even partly. But you have to try. The next morning, from a booth in a neighborhood drugstore, you put through a call to Walter Reynolds, president of the Medford Grain Exchange Bank.
I have your party, sir. Go ahead.
Hello? Hello, Walter. This is Arthur Wilson.
Oh, yes, Arthur. What can I do for you?
Well, something's come up. I can't finish the tales over the phone, but I've got to raise some money.
Certainly, Arthur.
It's an unusual amount,
but we can take care of it, Arthur. We'll be glad to credit your account with a couple of $1,000.
Why, it's more than that. I need $20,000, Walter.
$20,000? What? You know we couldn't handle that, Arthur.
I know it's a great deal, and I figured that banking with you for over 20 years meant something.
It does, Arthur. Of course it does. That's why I just agreed to a couple of $1,000. But 20, I can go only so far. Look, Arthur, if it'll do any good, I'll add my personal endorsement and make it $5,000.
What? $5,000?
Is that better? I'll wire it to you down there and care of the interstate concentration.
$5,000. All right. Works, Walter. Thanks a lot. It doesn't mean much, does it? Added to your checking account and the few traveler's checks you're carrying, it's still a total of only $6,500. Jameson said $20,000. And you know that's his price for delivering you the letter from the Bureau of Identification that will bring your passport
You put through another call to your closest friend, Ward Winston, only to discover that he's away on business and can't be reached. It's 6,500 and nothing, isn't it? And the next morning, returning from the Interstate Trust Bank, you tell yourself that you're going to get that letter. Later, you're nervous and trembling as you face
Well,
neighbor.
You brought the money, have you? Look, James, give me a break, will you? If you only
There's the money for him.
I'll start talking. You can't do that.
Oh, can't I?
I don't care for myself, but it's Sally, the house. You can't do this, Jameson. It would ruin everything for her.
I understand, Pauline. I really wouldn't want that to happen. And it won't, as long as you hand over 20,000.
Well, I wasn't able to get it.
You weren't able to?
How much did you get?
6,500.
6,500.
Well, that's a third, Pauline. Not even half what I asked.
Keep your voice down and stop calling me fool.
Oh, I should have told you. We're practically alone. Franklin went downtown. Stephen's out with your daughter.
You're not going to before that happens, James. I want that letter.
Now, don't get impulsive. I'm not fool enough to get careless. Eh?
No.
What's that for? Detection. I know all about you. Temper, your sudden way of doing things. They put you in jail, got you out. I don't want anything to do with it, man. I'll give you an idea. All right, come on. Let's go back. Well, after all these years, you've done it again, haven't you? You stand over him, the rage slipping away into fear. You didn't try to kill Jameson, but you could never prove it if you were found here. You shake your head, trying to clear your senses. The letter. You must get that letter. You stoop down, run into his pocket, and then turn to start out of the room. That's when you realize what Jameson meant when he said you were practically alone. There's a frightened girl standing there, Hilda the maid, her eyes wide, moving back and forth from you to the silent figure on the floor.
You killed him. You shot him.
It was an accident. You've got to believe me.
I saw it from the house with my own eyes.
It was self-defense. I had to do it, Hilda. You've got to tell them that. Oh, the door. Someone's at the door. Stall them, Hilda. Try to send them away. I've got to have time to get them off.
So you're killing with my own eyes like this.
Night, we see Mr. Hammond. Wait, I'm police back home.
He's in there.
Mr. Jameson?
He's Mr. Wilson. That's Mr. Jameson on the floor.
He's dead?
Yes. Mr. Wilson there just killed him. I saw it with my own eyes like this.
Well, what do you know? I come to pick up a blackmailer and catch a killer right in the act.
He's got a letter from Mr. Jameson's inside pocket. I saw him when he done it. With my own eyes.
Let's have it, Wilson. Bureau of Identification, Washington, D.C. This letter must have meant a lot to you, Wilson. Come on, let's go. The Whistler will return in just a moment with the strange ending to tonight's story. A Voice of Freedom. Erwin Canham, Editor, Christian Science Monitor.
Liberty is not merely a political value. It has a deep spiritual base. To help preserve liberty and order, we must live it effectively in our lives and our own society. We must make our national society so honorable, so principled, so responsive to man's first, deepest needs, that it draws the whole world to its core.
Now back to the Whistler. Well, it's all over, isn't it, Arthur? Your long years living a double life. The end of the masquerade is Arthur Wilson, the name you took up some 25 years ago, when under your real name, Jack Bowler, you escaped from prison. And now, in a sudden moment of blind rage, you tried to disarm the butler, Jameson, who had known you in prison, a man who was blackmailing you, threatening to expose your almost forgotten past. And the struggle for the gun had ended with an explosion. Death. After a sleepless night in your cell, you're break into the office of District Attorney Grant, your one thought is for Sally. Yes, your daughter's approaching marriage means more to you than any punishment which the District Attorney might have in mind for you. As he faces you across the table, you barely understand his words. You're thinking only of protecting Sally and her future happiness.
I sympathize with you, Mr. Wilson. Blackmail's a dirty business. But you should have let us handle it. The minute Jameson or Sanders wrote that letter to the FBI, it was all over for you.
For him?
That's right. Those boys down there never overlook a bet. Anytime they get a suspicious communication, they look into it. In this case, they naturally examined Sanders' notes for fingerprints. His prints were in a dozen different spots.
Sanders' prints?
Sure. On both the letter and the envelope he mailed it in. From there on, it was a cinch. We've been looking for Sanders for a long time. When the Bureau tipped us off that the butler Jameson was Sanders, I sent one of my boys out to pick him up. If you waited a few minutes, he'd been out of your hair. You should have come straight to us, Wilson.
I can see that now. Mr. Grant, could you keep this out of the papers? Keep my name covered for a couple of days until after my daughter's wedding. Then I'll play any hand you deal.
Your daughter's wedding?
Yes. You see, she's being married.
Hey, Millard. I guess you haven't seen the morning papers. You and Water moved to Las Vegas, Nevada with young Franklin yesterday afternoon.
Yesterday afternoon?
Yeah. Come on up at 6 o'clock. About an hour before you killed the butler. Seems the kids didn't want all the father out of a big wedding and just took things into their own hands.
That's wonderful. But wait, does Mrs. Franklin know about me? My past?
Oh, yes. She's retained a personal attorney to represent you. She's sure of the man.
And Sally and Stu. She's satisfied?
She's quite happy. Thinks your daughter's a great girl. Too bad you've always been so impulsive, Wilson. You'd have been a lot better off if you'd have come to us right away. Even if it meant finishing your jail sentence.
I know. But I just had to have that letter to Jameson from the Bureau of Identification. My thought had happened.
You didn't read that letter, did you?
No, your man took it before I had a chance.
Take a look at it.
Dear Mr. Jameson, regarding the fingerprint photos accompanying your inquiry as to the further identity of Ron Arthur Wilson, be advised that information of this kind is available only to duly authorized agencies for the enforcement of the law.
Quiet, please. Quiet, please. Mutual Broadcasting System presents Quiet Please, which is written and directed by Willis Cooper and which features Ernest Chappell. Quiet Please for tonight is called Gem of Purest Ray. Eleftherios Moraides. M-O-R-A-I. I know how to spell it. I'm Greek, too. Are you? I didn't get your name. Pappas. Nick Pappas, Detective Sergeant, first grade. We got your address, 47 North 51st Street. Well, thank you, sir, Dr. Moraides. I'm sorry I don't speak modern Greek. I assume that to mean, how do you do, though? That's right. Well, Kala. Well, you Kala, huh? After killing this guy. I have no regrets at all, Mr. Pappas, is it? That's right. Well, go ahead. There's nothing more to say. You know that what you're saying will be used in evidence against you, don't you? Yes, of course. Mm-hmm. I'm getting pretty tired of it, Papas. Of what, Dr. Moraitis? Killing these people. Oh? Do you suppose they'll electrocute you? They sure will, Moraitis. Electrocute. What a word. Quite an experience, too. They tell me. I wasn't thinking about the experience. It's the barbarism of the word that sets my teeth on edge. Words like electrocute, locate, reside. What's the matter with them? They get me down. Well, not to change the subject, but what about these other people you mentioned? Oh. I was just thinking, as long as they're going to send me to the electric chair... Oh, you're on the way, okay, Moraitis. Well, in that case, I might as well tell you about the others. Sure. Go right ahead. And I could warn you at the same time. Warn me? Yes. Warn me of what? These people that have to be killed. Oh? Who are they, Moraitis? I'm of perfectly sound mind, Sergeant Pappas. You bet. Now, let's get this conversation over with first, huh? Then we'll get on to the warning, huh? Okay. Well, so far as I can remember, there are 32 of them. All together? That I've murdered. Killed. This one makes 33. No, he's the 32nd. Well, nice going. You have their names, I suppose? No, not all of them. As a matter of fact, I have the names of only a few of them. I could give you the details of the murders, you see, and perhaps you could work back from that. Yeah, I suppose we could, couldn't we? But there are so many more of them. So? You find them everywhere. Good. And they've all got to be destroyed. Who's going to destroy them? Well, I've destroyed 32 of them. And now you're going to hang me. Objection, Doctor. We're going to fry you. For trying to save the world. For knocking off Mr. Oliver Meredith, 38, of 202 South Winter Street, to which you have confessed. And for which you will be fried like a fish. I am not a fish. Not yet. He's a fish. Who's a fish? This Meredith that I killed. Hey, you may get out yet on a loony plea. Sergeant Pappas, did you see Meredith's body? Sure. Did you look at it carefully? Careful enough to see he was dead. Dead as a fish. Did you notice his neck? No. What? There are 2 scars on his neck. On each side. Just below his ears. That's the coroner's business, Doctor. It's your business. It's everybody's business. Why? Because that's the way you can identify them. Identify who, for God's sake? The people that are trying to destroy the world. Who? The people from the bottom of the ocean. Those scars on their necks are gills. Gills like a fish. Excuse me, I'm becoming ungrammatical. I mean, they are gills such as fishes possess. No fins? I beg you, Sergeant, please don't joke about this. And they come from the bottom of the ocean. They do. Lean over here. Turn your head. The other way now. How come you got scars on the sides of your neck, Dr. Moraitis? You been to the bottom of the ocean, too? Yes. Those are my gills. Yes. I've been to the bottom of the ocean, too. We Greeks have an enormous affinity for the depths of the seas. Our first heroes were men of the sea, Jason, and Odysseus and the others. We were a sea-going, a sea-loving nation. Why, the very words we use to describe the sea today came from the Greek. Pelagian, of the sea. From the Greek, pelagos. Plankton, the microscopic animal forms that lie at various levels in the ocean depths. That's a Greek word, too. Plankton, a wanderer. And Atlantis was one of our colonies. Atlantis, whose people so loved the sea that the gods of ancient Greece sunk the whole continent into its depths. You believe that kind of junk? And you'd better believe it, too. Sergeant Pappas of the police?
Yeah?
Because Atlantis exists today. And its people live. And the ambassadors of Atlantis come from the sea to live beside us. And sow seeds of discontent and hatred among us, wherever we live. You remember me now, don't you? The Moraida's deep-sea exploration group, that's right. Men have gone down to the depths of the sea before. William Beebe and his bathysphere, you remember, of course. Bathysphere, we Greeks again. Comes from bathos. Depths. But I wanted to go deeper, to plumb the utmost depths of the sea. To get out of the valleys that extend farther below the sea's level and the highest peaks on earth that stand above it. I wanted to find Atlantis. I found myself in possession of certain documents, charts, maps, the existence of which had heretofore never been suspected. And I found the exact coordinates of latitude and longitude of the ancient city, the capital of the country that sank below the waves so many, many centuries ago. No, never mind them. It will do you no good to know them. Let it suffice that the depth is something more than 8 miles. I beg pardon?
I said, go on.
No need to tell you either of the details of the construction of my diving bell. It was made to my own specifications, internally braced to withstand the pressure of several tons to the square inch. There was light and heat and large ports set in the sides with cone-shaped plexiglass deadlights, so that no matter what the pressure of the water from the outside, the plexiglass would be only forced in tighter.
But the thing busted anyway, didn't it?
That was the story. What really happened was somewhat different.
Get on with your story, Doctor.
If you'd just not interrupt me.
Go ahead.
If you read the newspaper accounts at the time...
When was it?
May 17th, 1946.
Go ahead.
I was going to say that you might have remembered that there was no physical connection between the bell and the surface. That is, it was not on a cable of any kind. It was free.
How'd you expect to get back?
By releasing ballast, of course, upon which the bell and the people in it, if any, would rise to the surface. We had, of course, radio contact with our headquarters ship on the surface.
And you and the woman...
Miss Elizabeth Case.
You
my
and...
assistant.
Yes. You and this Miss Case went down in this thing, and it busted or something, and they pulled you out of the ocean at Old Saybrook, Connecticut. They never found Miss Case's body. Is that right?
They didn't find Miss Case's body because she is still alive. Or was when I last saw her.
Oh, yeah? And when did you last see her, Doc?
Standing in front of the Temple of Poseidon.
And where is this Temple of Poseidon, if you please?
In Atlantis. 40-some thousand feet below the surface of the ocean.
And what was she doing, Doc?
She was talking to the high priest.
Talking? 40,000 feet underwater, and she talks. Well, Doc, you're really bucking for a Section 8, aren't you?
I am telling you the truth, Sergeant Pappas.
Okay, go ahead. As long as you don't get violent.
It is very quiet in the lower depths of the ocean. I remember the bathymeter showed a depth of 8,000 meters, that is, roughly 20,000 feet, when we saw the first inhabitant of the ocean, completely different from any previous conception of ocean life.
Doctor, look out this port.
See something?
Look.
Well.
I wonder if it's alive.
It seems to be.
It looks like a great big sheet. I don't see any eyes or a mouth or anything. It's coming closer.
It's alive, all right. This is wonderful, isn't it?
Well, Doctor, it is alive.
Looks like a blanket. It's turning over. Now maybe we'll see what...
What did she scream about?
The thing turned over, and we saw the other side.
Well?
The thing was a huge face. A human face. A woman's face. Paper-thin, flesh-colored, and alive. 30 feet across, like a huge mask. And the thing looked at us, and it smiled. And then it darted toward us, and Betty screamed again as the thing wrapped itself around the diving bell. And I could see the plexiglass ports start inward with the increased pressure. And then I looked closer at the port, and across its surface outside there in the water, a million tiny hands, women's hands, crawled across the glass, clutching, reaching, trying to come inside.
And what did you do then, Doc?
I'm afraid I fainted.
What about Miss Case?
She fainted, too.
I sort of expected that.
Well, why shouldn't she? The face that she looked at out there in the depths of the sea was her own.
Better and better, Dr. Moraitis. Then what?
It was black outside when I came to. Black and immeasurably cold. The thing was gone. There was nothing but blackness. I gave her some brandy.
Always brandy in these stories.
And I took a little myself.
Oh.
The bathymeter indicated 9,200 meters.
And you saw a red, white, and blue turkey with a straw hat.
I saw far below me the lights of the city. I saw Atlantis. Well?
Go on, Doc.
I show you this jewel.
Yeah? What is it?
I found it on the floor of my diving bell. A moment after I saw the lights of Atlantis below me.
How did it get there?
I don't know.
Well, what is it?
You ever read Thomas Gray's elegy written in a country churchyard?
I guess so. High school. The curfew tolls the knell of parting day. Why?
Let me quote one of the couplets to you. Full many a gem of purest ray serene the dark unfathomed caves of ocean bear.
Go on, Doctor.
I suspect that Thomas Gray was trying to tell the world something.
That's kind of reaching for it, Doctor.
I didn't know where it came from, I told you.
That's right.
But Betty Case knew. Betty Case gasped when she saw it.
Where did that come from?
Well, I don't know. It was on the floor.
Give it to me.
Well, what are you so anxious?
Because it's mine.
Oh, well, I had a weird idea it came from outside. Isn't that silly?
No, Dr. Moraitis. It isn't silly.
What?
It did come from outside.
And the two red scars on her neck, just below her ears. The red scars I had never noticed before, pulsed as she spoke. And I was struck with a queer, fleeting thought. Why? She looks just like a fish. Out of water. And I could feel the motion of the diving bell quicken, and in a moment it was like an express elevator dropping down out of control from some great height. Betty Case was laughing at me, and queer things sped past the port. The light grew stronger in my mind, reeling. Suddenly I was flung to the floor as if something had possessed the ocean. The bathymeter registered 13,800 meters below sea level. We had come to rest 8 miles below the surface where the sun danced on the waves. And we sat in bright light in the streets of Atlantis.
Well, it's a great story, Dr. Moraitis.
A crowd of people in the street. A crowd of people dressed in the garments of ancient Greece. The sound of music that set the brilliant steel walls of the diving bell to humming. Men and women and children in the light of great lamps beaming down from tall marble columns. Men and women and children living and moving and breathing 8 miles below the ocean surface. I turned to look at Betty Kate.
I remembered, Doctor, when I saw the door. I remembered when I dreamed after the face looked in on us and I fainted. And when I saw the door...
This can't be. This is utterly, fantastically impossible.
No, it is not, Doctor. Look outside.
They're coming closer. Betty, look out. Do you see them?
Yes, I see. It isn't impossible, Doctor. This is Atlantis.
It can't be.
It is. It's Atlantis. I'm home again.
And she started for the door of the diving bell. Started reaching out for the mechanism that would unlock it. That would open and let the sea in to crush his boat. And I leaped in front of it to prevent it. But she raised the jewel and held it in front of my eyes, and I felt my strength leave me suddenly. And all I could see was the coruscating brightness of the jewel burning into my eyes. And all I could hear was her voice, echoing hollowly against the steel wall.
No. Never seek to stop me now, man of earth.
And I thought idly of the archaic form of speech she employed. This girl who was on earth the most prosaic, dry as dust, laboratory assistant.
Never seek to stay my hand, nor turn thy eyes away from the gem of Purest Ray. For thy face is before thee now, and thou shalt go forth into the depths where mortal man hath not yet trod.
And I thought with considerable surprise, why, she's speaking the purest of ancient Greek. And I'm understanding it.
Now let thee become as one of us.
And I watched her calmly as she extended the gleaming jewel toward me. And I felt it touch the sides of my neck just below the ears, and a searing cold pain went through my body. And suddenly I was gasping for breath. I drew in great gulps of the oily air of the diving bell, and with each breath I grew weaker and weaker. I was suffocating, like a fish out of water. And as the darkness shot with flashes of red descended upon me, and I knew I was dying, I dimly saw her touch the scar on her neck with a jewel, and she was gasping suddenly, too. And I saw her reach again for the lever that operated the door, and it burst open. And I felt life returning to me as I breathed in great lungfuls of cold, pure salt water. Great. And old Sothern gave me my own jewel. The jewel that lies on your desk there. Sothern, the elder, with his white beard and the look of antiquity in his eyes, he has lived since Atlantis first disappeared beneath the ocean. Sothern spoke to me many times.
Never lose the jewel, Eleftherios. When you go back to the land, you'll need it to change you back from a water breather to an air breather, you see.
I'm going back then?
Yes, of course. There are a great many messages that I want to send to our people on the land. Messages that cannot be trusted to our ordinary radio, you see. Because the time is almost here.
The time?
I forgot that you didn't know.
Is Betty going back with me?
No, she stays here. She'll be here when you come back.
Well, must I come back?
You don't want to die, do you?
What do you mean?
There isn't going to be any place for you to live up there, you know.
What?
Sit down, son. You're happy, aren't you?
I'm pretty confused, sir.
No doubt.
May I ask you some questions?
You can ask them, yes.
Well, how is it done?
Our living here? Time enough for that. We live. Isn't that enough?
No.
Next question.
Well, Betty, she's from the land, isn't she?
Originally, yes. Did you ever hear of the bark Marie Celeste?
I seem to.
It was lost with all hands. That is, all hands were lost. They found the ship, sailing along with all its sails set, food on the table, still hot, and nobody aboard. It was one of the greatest mysteries of the sea.
I remember.
Betty was a passenger on the Marie Celeste.
But that was more than 100 years ago.
Yes, that's so. And the carrier Cyclops that was lost in your World War in 1918. Remember that?
Yes.
They're all here. The Cyclops crew.
They are?
Well, except those we sent up to the surface.
Well, what do you send those people up there for?
Well, we've decided that we are the ones that the world belongs to, Eleftherios. People up on the surface have made a pretty bad mess of things. And we're going to take it away from them.
How?
Well, we went to the world that's covered with water everywhere. Land is useless to us.
But
what?
The people up there. My people.
Are you proud of your people, Eleftherios?
Well,
of course. Look, son, we're essentially kind-hearted people down here. And we're a great many. There are more of us than there are people on the land.
Well, yes, but
You think your people are so clever. Where do you think they get their knowledge?
What, for instance?
Of ways to make war, for instance. Of ways to make deadlier and deadlier war. They didn't think of those things themselves. You know where they got their ideas.
You're not going to tell me.
Oh, but I am. Look, son, there are right now 65,211 Atlanteans on the surface of the earth. In every country that's known. And some that aren't very well known. They speak every language. They look like Earth people, except for the two little scars on their necks. And they're doing a great job.
I don't believe it.
Well, you'd better believe it, son, because one of these fine days your little friends upstairs are going to blast all the continents right off the face of the earth. You know what happens then? Yes, that's right. There won't be anything but water on this little old planet. So you can make your choice. You can use your jewel like the other Atlanteans up there will, and come on back down here. Or blub, son. Blub. Strictly blub.
I don't...
If that thing doesn't kill you when it goes off. So, what do you say?
What do you want me to do?
Go on back for a while and help us in our little whispering campaign to destroy the continent.
I won't do it.
Well, son, down here on the bottom, we've solved the problem of combating pressure. If you decide not to come along with us, we'll just take that control off you. Tap you with the business end of the little jewel here, and you know what'll happen?
I have an idea.
Oh, no. No, you haven't. You haven't any idea. But, son, it'll be awful. Come on, make up your mind. And?
What?
I said, and?
Well, I'm here. I don't know how they did it, but I'm here.
You certainly are. Well, you've been passing the word to the little ambassadors what the old gentleman wants back?
I have not. I told you I've killed 32 of them so far, including Miss Meredith.
It's a great alibi.
You think I'm going to betray the people of the earth, man?
You're betraying the people of the sea, aren't you?
What?
You heard me. Well, it's a great story, Doc.
I knew that you wouldn't believe me.
It's a great story.
But you don't believe it.
Think I'm crazy?
What?
Of course I believe it, Doc.
What?
Sure I do.
Well, then.
Come here, Doc.
What do you want?
I want you to look at the sides of my neck, Doc. Just below the ears.
You?
Sure, Doc. See?
What are you going to do?
I'm not going to electrocute you, Doc. Nah, Doc. The old gentleman downstairs has got better tricks than that for people to try to cross him up. Come on, Doc. Pick up your crystal. You and I have got a date in Atlantis.
And oh, brother.
Please, for tonight was called Gem of Purest Ray. It was written and directed by Willis Cooper, and Moraides, the man who spoke to you, was Ernest Chappell. And Morton Lawrence played Pappas. Sharita Bauer was Betty Case. Edgar Staley was Fosan, the Atlantean. As usual, music for Quiet Please is played by Albert Berman. Now for a word from our writer-director, Willis Cooper.
Never having been to the bottom of the sea, I'm uncertain whether the various Atlanteans really exist outside my own imagination. I can assure you, however, that none of the characters in tonight's story are based on any living person, or any dead ones, for that matter. Next week's Quiet Please is called In the House Where I Was Born.
And so, until next week at this same time, and Mr. Cooper's story, In the House Where I Was Born, I am quietly yours, Ernest Chappell. Quiet Please has come to you from Mutual Studios in New York City. This is the world's largest network, the Mutual Broadcasting System.
Good evening, friends. This is your host to welcome you through the creaking door into the inner sanctum. Come in, come in. We had a surprise visitation here a scream or two ago. A sightseeing delegation simply crazy to take it all in. One onlooker's mouth was so agape you'd think his face was split from ear to ear. Confidentially, chum, it was. The head of the delegation was terribly proud of his honorary title. Poor chap, it was the only head he had. Ah, yes. Things went along cozily until some wag suggested holding hands. We brought out a trunk full of hands we keep for just such occasions.
Tonight's Inner Sanctum Mystery, Between Two Worlds, was written by John Robert and stars Mason Adams in the role of Sam, with Ann Shepard as Connie.
It's Yuletide week in South Chicago as a flash electric storm whips the street. Inside the 10th District Police Station, Chief Matthews and his clerk Daly are passing the time over a game of chess. Suddenly, like a bolt from the heavens, a window pane crashes, and a parcel fastened to a fist-sized rock drops to the station house floor.
It's a package tied to a rock, Chief.
What's in it?
Oh, a notebook, Chief. A 5 and dime notebook. And all written up like a confession. It's signed Sam Tyler.
Sam Tyler, never heard of him. Read me what Sam Tyler's got to say.
Ever come face to face with death and just stand around helplessly waiting for it to tap you?
Waiting for the final count. While you're waiting, your heart is a big clock ticking off your doom.
And inside your head, a moving picture's going on. You're looking at the story of your life. And it's not a pretty story. It's all black. It's all bad. You hate to die without a single good mark in the big book. If you only had just enough time to chalk up one good deed. It happened like that with me. I came face to face with death. Death was Nick Fazenda. I'd lost face with Nick. The big guy liked his racket boys tough and nerveless, and I had a streak of chicken, Nick said. I had a streak of chicken, and I knew too much to be trusted alive.
What do you want, chicken?
Nick, don't do it. Give me another chance. Dying like this scares me. What's waiting for me after you pull that trigger, Nick? I haven't done one decent thing since I was born.
Kid, you picked the wrong setup. You should have joined the Boy Scouts. So long, chicken.
Shot made a noise like a TNT charge, but I hadn't felt the impact. I hadn't felt anything. Either I was paralyzed with fear or dead to feeling. Or Nick had missed. I watched Nick stare unbelievingly and aim again. An easy bullseye at 5 yards with Nick a crack shot, but still no impact. I was still standing up.
Kid, fall down. You're dead.
No, Nick. I'm alive. You can't kill me. Nick, you're seeing a miracle happen.
You're crazy.
Nick, I'm going to get that chance. I'm going to live. 2 more shots, but still no impact. I was alive, uninjured. Something was happening to Nick. His face was purpling as if he was suffocating. Some invisible stranger had his hands around Nick's throat, strangling him. Kidder, I'm choking to death. I hope. Nick was on the floor. I watched the color wash out of his face, watched him go rigid. I crouched and listened to his heart. Not a sound. Not a murmur. He was dead. Nick had dropped dead. I'd seen a miracle happen. I hopped a midnight freight heading east. I was in the boxcar loaded with crates of eggs, still sweating over my narrow escape. And I got a spooky feeling that I wasn't alone. I lay still, choking back my breath with my hand tight around Nick's gun.
You have no need for the gun, Sam.
How did you know my name?
I know all about you, Sam. Put down your gun.
It's up on the trigger, it's cocked, so no tricks or you're a goner.
Goner. Too late for that, Sam. I am a goner already.
What kind of crazy talk?
I died, Sam, just 1 year ago.
You're your own ghost. Get your hands up high, Mr. Whiskers, so I can frisk you. I reached to frisk Umslante's pockets for a rod, but there was no one to touch. I was only grabbing at empty air.
I told you I died a year ago, Sam. I saved your life tonight. I gave you your wish, your chance to do one decent thing before you died. Did you mean the promise you made?
No. That's Graham. They drive me crazy.
And you lied in the face of eternity. I'll have to recall the time given you.
What do you mean, recall the time?
You're living on borrowed time, Sam. You were meant to die by Nick's first bullet. You remember how Nick died?
Yeah. All of a sudden he couldn't breathe. Felt like his lungs were gone and his heart was calling quick.
Like you're beginning to feel now.
I can't breathe. I'm choking. My lungs are going. When I came to, Mr. Whiskers was smiling over
You
me.
did mean your promise to tomorrow, didn't you, Sam?
Sure I did. Anything you say.
Then continue on to Chicago. When you arrive there, spend your time waiting in a restaurant called the Spread Eagle. Sooner or later you will be approached. You are to lend yourself to any situation that arises. Any situation, understand?
Sure, I understand. This good deed I'm to do on borrowed time. What's your interest in it?
deeply personal, Sam. I am no longer among the living, but I have no place among the dead. I walk between two worlds. You see, Sam, in life I didn't have one decent thing to point to either. Through you, I hope to find rest.
In Chicago, I tried to get Mr. Whiskers out of my mind. I'd had a bad dream. It had to be a bad dream. I went to the Spread Eagle, afraid not to. I just sat like a frozen mummy, ordering ham sandwiches I couldn't eat and coffee I couldn't swallow, and listening to downbeat piano music.
Mind if I join you?
Pull up a chair.
I'm Tresca, Sam.
You know my name, huh?
I know your name and all about you. Where you come from, your record, and why you're on the lam.
You know all about me, too, huh?
I've watched you. I had a confidential operative check into your pedigree.
What for?
Well, frankly, because I need just such a person as you. For a certain venture I'm involved in.
What do you mean, just such a person as me?
I wanted a man who's at home in, shall we say, unconventional activity. A man I can trust because he doesn't dare go to the police or even to the underworld.
And I'm your man, I guess.
You definitely are.
Okay, let's go.
Heard you agree just like that? Without even discussing price? The nature of the work?
You said I was your man. Fact is, Tresca, I'm your man, and there's nothing I can do about it.
This is our destination, Sam.
Here? In the middle of nowhere?
Up that footpath over there, say 1/8 of a mile, you'll find a private lake. I own it.
All right for you.
Yeah, thank you. And there lies your first chore. Behind us on the floor of the car is a burlap sack. Its weight, I would estimate, is 118 pounds, more or less.
What? We've been riding a quartz, or?
We have. You're to carry the burlap bag and contents up that footpath to the lake and drop it in there. And without tears, Sam. Mind you, without tears. From this point on, as the saying goes, we're in business, Sam.
What's the next event?
Wedded bliss. For you.
I'm to get married?
You are. Tomorrow evening, you'll call on your radiant bride-to-be at this address.
15 Cantilever Walk.
Yeah. And try to look more cheerful, Sam. Love comes but once into every man's life.
I could hear Mr. Whiskers giving me the horse laugh somewhere as I climbed the steps to 15 Cantilever Walk. Big gray stone as if someone had imported the side of a mountain. Iron over every window. And gloomy enough to give even a crepe hanger to St. Vitus dance. I rang the door buzzer.
Hi, Sam.
Do I kill the bride before or after the ceremony?
Make yourself at home, Sam. Wander about. I'll see what's keeping your blushing bride.
I wandered about with my eyes popping over the expensive layout. Whatever Tresca's game was, it wasn't penny ante. The joint screen, big stakes, right down to the needlepoint footstool. Where did Mr. Whiskers figure in it? A minute later in the library, I began to catch on a little. Mr. Whiskers was right in the game. There, sitting over the fireplace in a big gold frame, was Mr. Whiskers.
You like the portrait, Sam?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, it's quite a painting. Who is Mr. Whiskers?
Mr. Whiskers. That's a trifle irreverent, but an apt nickname. He was my brother Stephen.
What? He's dead?
You sound as if you were ready to dispute it.
I just asked, is he dead?
Very much so. Dead and buried. Your manner is a little odd, Sam.
I'm sorry. I'm, Reggie. Getting married is an idea I've got to get used to.
Well, then meet your bride. That's one way of bringing the idea to roost. Constance. Sam, this is my niece, Constance. Constance, this is your fiancé, Sam Tyler.
Hello, Sam.
Hello.
Well, I'll leave you to get acquainted. You want to exchange premarital views on love and homemaking.
There wasn't a blush in my blushing bride. Her cheeks were chalk white. Her face had the look of death. Like some creeping sickness had already called 2 strikes on her. Sat down at the piano. I stood watching. Looks like you're stuck with me, kid. If Tresca has his way.
Tresca will have his way.
What's your angle, kid? Why is the niece of $1 million layout ready, willing, and able to marry a deadbeat ex-con and mug?
I'm obliged to marry.
What do you mean, obliged to marry?
The terms of my father's will. I inherit his estate at midnight tomorrow. Only if I'm married.
Beginning to make some sense. Mr. Whiskers up there was your father?
Yes?
Well, why pick me? A mug your uncle brought home. Why not scout your own dearly intended?
I'm not well enough to...
Hey, you sound as if you're not even well enough to live.
No, Sam. I'm not well enough to live much longer.
We were married, with Tresca and the scrub woman standing as witnesses. I shacked up in the big jail at 15 Cantilever Walk. I was the legal husband of an heiress, but I wasn't congratulating myself on my good luck. There was a hidden gimmick somewhere. I pried. I searched Connie's room. I found the hidden gimmick in a lady's handbag. The handbag was crammed with the usual junk girl stock, a powder case, lipstick, nail file, comb, plus a driver's license and a Christmas Club bank book. But they weren't in Connie's name. The name on them read Ann Powers. I got it as fast as I read the name. The girl was a ringer, another patsy in Tresca's game.
You needn't feel too guilty, Sam.
What?
I left my handbag where you could find it.
I had to look. Tresca killed his niece and hired you to stand in for her. You going to deny that?
No.
How did you come to fall in with Tresca?
I was in a restaurant. Tresca came along and hired me. My life, Sam, every bit of it hadn't been good. I couldn't die, leaving it all bad.
You wanted to do one decent thing before you died.
Yes.
You made the wish and Mr. Whiskers appeared and took you up on it. He sent you to Tresca and Tresca hired you. You're going to tell me that's what happened.
You're hurting me.
Is that what happened, I asked?
No. You don't know anything about this obsession you have with Mr. Whiskers.
What good deed can we do around here, kid?
Tresca murdered his niece to steal the estate for himself. We'd just pawned.
Hooray for Tresca.
Connie's father left the money to charity. If his daughter failed to marry, Constance refused to marry.
She wanted the bundle to go to charity.
Yes, to atone for her father's past. His life hadn't been much either.
$1 million to charity, that's a lot of squaring up.
That could be our one decent act, yours and mine, Sam. Make Tresca's scheme fail.
Quite an ambitious undertaking for newlyweds. Huh? Oh, now, don't you two look at me as if I were another supernatural or occult visitation. I entered through a secret sliding panel on the north wall. I overheard your odd tete-a-tete simply by donning earphones. The room is wide.
You don't miss a trick, huh? What's the gun for?
What are guns for?
There was a charge like stale air exploding. I spun around but didn't drop. This was where I had come in. Tresca, like Nick, could empty his gun point blank, but he couldn't rub me out. It was exactly where I had come in. There in front of me, Tresca was getting the same dose Nick got. His face was purpling as if he was suffocating. As if some invisible someone had his hands around Tresca's throat. Having trouble with your breathing, Tresca?
I can't breathe. Just in here.
He was on the floor, rigid, out for keeps like I'd seen Nick was.
Is he dead?
Deader than a doornail. We sat around, the three of us. Tresca, the girl, and me, waiting for Mr. Whiskers. We sat all day and all night and through half the next day, but Mr. Whiskers didn't show. Mr. Whiskers didn't show, as if he never was.
Sam.
What?
He exists only in your mind. You're waiting for a man who died a year ago. How do you explain that to yourself?
I don't explain it. Maybe Mr. Whiskers doesn't have to come anymore. His job is done. One last thing, and our job is done.
What? One last thing, Sam?
The cops. We tell them what gives and hand $1 million over to charity. That's the one decent act, the purpose that brought us here.
It's the purpose that brought you here. I just hired out to Tresca for pay.
What about that wish you made on the docks, kid?
It was different on the docks. I was sick and broken, hopeless. I'm not broke or hopeless anymore. I can buy a cure. I can take a trip, spend money, all kinds of money, have a good time I never knew. I can laugh.
You're saying we shut up and keep the estate between us?
Why not? In a way we earned it.
No good, kid. I've got a promise I've got to keep.
A promise you made to a ghost.
My promise to tomorrow.
But if you can't keep that promise because I won't let you. What if I won't let you cheat me out of my one chance to live?
How?
Like this?
She backed away from the piano with Tresca's gun in her hand. The gun is no good. I don't kill, kid. You saw how I don't kill.
That was before, Sam. You do kill now. Don't kill now!
There's one last line, Chief, sort of a dying scribble. The girl was right. I did kill now. That's the end of it, Chief. What do you make of it?
Suppose we let the answer write itself at 15 Cantilever Walk.
Well, the confession's the McCoy, all right. That's Sam Tyler on the sofa, Tresca on the floor, and there's the girl out cold, still holding the gun. Got any pulse?
No, she's dead. No visible cause, Davy. Just dead. I'm getting a faint pulse on Tyler. Sam Tyler.
What? You the police?
Yes. The girl shot you and you just about bled to death. You know the whole story, Sam.
So the girl got to do that last decent thing after all.
The girl didn't do anything. Her heart blew out after shooting you. We read your confession down at headquarters.
My confession?
Yes. This 5 and dime notebook. Yeah, see it? It was tied to a rock and tossed through the window at headquarters. You wrote it, but what we want to know is who delivered it.
I didn't write that confession, mister. I didn't write it or deliver it.
You didn't write. And it was the girl. She had enough left to get downtown and get your story to us. If not you, it had to be the girl.
You'll have to ask Mr. Whiskers about that. If you hurry, you might catch him somewhere between two worlds. Merry Christmas, Chief.
An irate taxpayer just told me the state of Illinois intends to mail a bill to Mr. Whiskers for that broken police station window. They're busy digging up a dead postman so he can speed delivery of the bill out of this world. Sad about Tretzker. A perfect plot gone to pot because his brother, although kaput, wouldn't stay put.
We invite you to join us again next week at this time for Inner Sanctum. This is the United States Armed Forces Radio Service, the voice of information and education.
Dark fantasy. Rendezvous with Satan.
Good people, let us remember him who was past, not for what he was, not for what he did, but because he was, as all of us are, a temple of God. Let us remember that this which is about to return to common clay was molded from common clay. Today we gather here to pay our last tribute to this now still flesh, lying here before us clothed in the coldness of death. Let us always remember. Let us always remember.
Did you see him? It was his hand. It was his hand that put his head.
Madam, please.
Oh, no. No, surely you're mistaken. I distinctly saw his hand move. He couldn't have. Carl. Oh, my darling.
What's happened to me? Just lie still, Carl Fisher. This craft is most fragile. Where am I? Where would you be after death? Death? You say death? Yes. Am I dead? They have your body in a church, Carl. Imagine. You in a church. No, you're mistaken. This is no church. I'm right here. Apparently you are, yes. But we are most careful when we bring you here. We take every precaution to relieve the shock. Shock? Of finding yourself in the midst of fire and brimstone. Hot. It's so hot. You'll get used to it. Where am I? Your soul is here with me. Your body is back on Earth. At present, resting within a satin-lined coffin.
Coffin?
Yes. They're soon going to place you within a tomb.
Oh, I don't believe you.
Don't you? Personally, makes no difference to me whether you do or not. But for your own satisfaction, suppose you feel for yourself.
What?
Yes. Reach up with your right hand. Reach up. Feel the casket lining by your head. Go right ahead. There. You see?
Yes. But I'm lying in the bottom of a boat.
Only your soul is.
This is some trick. The boat is satin-lined.
I'll admit, Carl Fisher, I am generally most concerned about my own comfort. But as far as lining one of my boats with satin, no, I fear that would be too much, even for Satan.
Satan?
Yes. Here, let me prove to you the boat is not cloth-lined. There. You see?
You devil.
That's irony.
You are the devil.
Yes, I am. But not just a devil. The devil.
You mean I'm really dead?
One never dies, Carl. The common clay perishes, yes, but only the common clay.
Let me out of here.
I'm sorry. You see, you can't move until I permit you to.
But I moved my hand a moment ago. Felt the lining near my head.
That's because I wished you to. Nothing is done here unless I order it done.
Then I am dead.
Only your body. It might interest you to know you caused quite a commotion up there a moment ago when you interrupted your funeral oration by suddenly moving in your casket. Yes, quite a commotion. Only 2 people saw you. One of them was a woman. You frightened her, Carl. But they've taken her away now.
You mean my body actually is being preached over?
Oh, yes. Indeed, yes. You were a prominent man on Earth, Carl. Naturally, yours is a most elegant funeral. So many flowers, half of them could be brought into the church. People standing outside, on the sidewalk even.
Is Laura there?
Your wife? Oh, certainly. Where else would she be?
Church, you say?
Yes. Amazes you, doesn't it? You haven't been in a church for 35 years.
No.
You wouldn't even permit your daughter to be buried from a church, Carl. But she went to heaven. Anyway.
Stop it. Stop it.
Do you remember Reverend Brooks, Carl?
Reverend Brooks?
Yes. He married you. Remember? Today, he's officiating at your funeral.
No. No.
Would you like to hear what he's saying, Carl? Listen.
If Carl Fisher has brought tragedy into our lives, let us remember that out of tragedy, good can arise. Soon that tragedy will be forgotten. But let us never forget Carl Fisher. Let us remember him always as a Christian.
You hear, Carl? A Christian, he said.
Stop that voice.
Listen, Carl.
Let us pray for him often and ask Almighty God to grant him pardon. Let us be generous towards him that finally the Supreme Ruler may in turn be generous towards us.
No. No, stop him. Stop him. I don't want to hear anymore.
Did you hear what he said, Carl? He asked your friends, your family, your wife, to forget your evil, to remember only what was good about you. Yes, Carl, but that leaves them nothing to remember.
Go, let me alone.
No, Carl. They've nothing to remember. Because there was nothing about you that was good.
I didn't have a chance.
Chance? You say you didn't have a chance?
Certainly not.
Well, I don't want to waste my breath by pointing out the chances you did have.
I was forced into everything that happened. Forced, I say.
Were you?
Certainly I was.
Haven't you ever heard of free will?
Free will? Free will, you say? I haven't had a will of my own in the last 30 years.
Haven't you, Carl?
No. You know I haven't. I knew I was doing wrong. Sure, I knew it. I'd never have made my millions by being any other way.
Your millions. Did you enjoy them, Carl?
I was just beginning to
when I took charge of you. Is that it?
Yes.
Your millions aren't worth much here.
Oh, where am I?
Certainly you haven't lost your imagination. Where would you be? With fire on all sides, and the smell of brimstone, and with me as your pilot on the river Styx.
Styx?
You remember. It's our largest river.
Where are you taking me?
I have a special assignment for you, Mr. Fisher. We have a certain reserve space for members like you down here.
Inferno. Tell me. Am I in Hades?
Does that surprise you?
No. No, I can't be. I didn't want to die. I wanted to do what was right, but I couldn't.
You didn't try.
I was going to try.
You've done nothing but evil for 30 years. You couldn't change now.
I could, I tell you, I could.
No, Carl.
I'll make a bargain with you, Satan.
Bargain? No one makes bargains with Satan.
Give me a chance. Let me go back. Let me live my life over. I'll change. I swear I will.
You'd never change.
I will. Let me go back. Let me show you. Let me prove I can do what's right.
All right, Carl. I'll bargain with you. It would at least relieve the dull monotony.
You give me a chance?
Yes, for 24 hours.
24 hours? Only 24 hours?
Yes. Do nothing but good for 24 hours, and I'll not return to claim you. But if you fail...
I won't fail. I won't.
It's up to you, Carl. It's entirely up to you. But remember, only 24 hours. Only 24 hours, Carl.
You really shouldn't have come tonight, Laura. You should rest.
I know. But I couldn't rest. Poor Carl. He needed someone so badly those last few days. And I was away. Never dreaming what was happening.
You mustn't blame yourself, Laura.
Oh, I can't help it. I feel I deserted my husband. Just when a man needs his wife most. There'll come a time, Dr. West, when I'll be afraid to come out here to the mausoleum. I wanted to come tonight to tell him goodbye.
Goodbye?
Yes. I loved my husband, David. Despite everything he did, he was the only one I ever cared for.
Here, my dear, I have the key. I say, Laura, it's not locked.
But I saw you lock it after the services this afternoon.
I did lock it. I'd swear I did.
Open the door.
Yes.
Do you have a light?
Yes. Pocket flash. There.
Oh, David.
Empty. The casket's empty.
David, for heaven's sakes, what's happened here?
I don't know, but Carl always said he'd come back.
What?
Yes. He told me once he had no fear of death because he knew he could always make a deal with Satan.
Carl told you that?
Yes. I laughed at him at the time, but now I wonder.
I'd better go now, Laura. Sure you're feeling all right?
Yes, I know I won't sleep tonight.
You can relax. I can send you out a nurse if you like.
Oh, no. No, I'd rather be alone.
Well, if you need me, please don't hesitate to call.
Thank you, David.
Good night, my dear.
Good night, David. And thank you so much for being such a dear.
I'll call you in the morning. Good night.
That's strange. Yes. I'm not hearing things. Like an electric razor running. But it can't be. There's no one in the apartment but myself. Carl. Carl.
Yes, my dear, did you call me?
Carl.
Yes, Laura, what is it?
Carl. Are you really there?
What do you mean, am I really here? Of course I'm here. Heavens, I was right in the middle of my shaving.
Oh, no.
Laura, what's the matter with you? Why'd you call me?
No, Carl, please don't come any closer, please.
The world's gotten into you all of a sudden.
Darling, is it really you?
Really, me? Now, what are you talking about?
Carl, don't you know?
Don't I know what?
We buried you this afternoon. Carl, don't look at me like that.
Buried me?
Yes. Oh, darling, what's happened? Tell me what's happened.
I don't know. Something's wrong.
Carl.
My head. Whirling. Dizzy. I don't remember what happened.
Oh, darling, you're alive. Warm. Breathing.
Yes, but I seem to have been away. It was so hot. There was a boat on a river and a satin-lined casket and... Oh, Laura.
Darling, you did come back. Dr. West said you would.
Dr. West?
Yes, David. He said you told him once you'd come back after you'd gone on.
Laura, I have been dead, haven't I?
Yes, Carl.
I remember now. I was sitting at my desk, sitting alone at night in my office, and then something happened.
You were shot. The back of the neck.
Everything stopped. The next thing I knew, I was riding in the bottom of a boat lined with silk. No. That wasn't the boat that was lined. It was the casket. He told me to move my hand and I'd feel it.
Who, Carl? Who told you?
It was the devil.
Carl.
Yes. I died. Went to Hades. But I bargained with Satan. I bargained with him. He took me up, gave me 24 hours. 24 hours.
Darling, I don't understand.
24 hours to prove I could do good here on Earth.
How is it true? Can it be real?
Yes, it is true. It's real.
I can't believe it. Things like this just don't happen.
This happened.
But, Carl, how?
I made a bargain, I tell you. A bargain with Satan. And I have a rendezvous to keep with him. In 24 hours.
I'm so confused, Carl. If only... Who could that be?
I'll go see.
Oh, no. It's anyone we know. They won't understand. You go back into the bedroom, dear. I'll see who it is.
But the world's got to know sometime.
People will know soon enough. Please, dear. I'm too upset for a scene to try to explain to anyone tonight.
All right, my dear, if you wish.
Thank you, darling. Just a moment. David.
I had to come back, Laura. I couldn't stay away.
David, please.
Forgive me, dearest. But I've waited so long.
David, Please go.
No. Not until I've talked to you.
Some other time.
I can't wait any longer, Laura. It's not fair for you to ask me to.
Not fair?
You know I love you, Laura. You've known it for months, years.
David.
You have known, haven't you?
Yes, but...
I've waited so long to have the right to tell you about my love. Now, I know it's not right to come to you on the night of your husband's funeral and say these things, but I must know, Laura. I must know.
I have nothing to say to you, David, nothing.
I know you were always madly in love with that criminal of a husband of yours, but that's over now. You'll have to forget him. Oh, remember, darling, you're a young woman yet. Your life is still ahead of you. You can't go on carrying a torch for someone who cared more about making $1 million than making you happy.
Please, David, don't say that.
I have a right to say it. Now, I've kept it in check all of these years, waiting and hoping. And now Carl is dead. You hear me? Dead. Dead. You belong to me now.
No, David. Not now or ever.
Yes, I say, you're mine. If anyone has a right to you, I have. After everything I've done to get you.
Will you go now, David?
Oh, Laura, I need you. Oh, Laura, please, will you marry me?
No, David. I'll never marry you.
But I know you care for me. I could make you learn to love me.
No, never. I've had nothing for you, David, but friendship. I'll never have more.
I know that's not true.
Don't say that.
It's not. You do care for me. I could tell by the way you kissed me. That's when I first began building my hopes.
Kissed you? When did I kiss you?
You haven't forgotten. The party in my penthouse. None more than 3 months ago.
Your birthday party.
Yes.
All the girls kissed you that night. If you remember, we even made a sort of game out of it, lined up like a bunch of high school girls to compliment our host.
Yes, but you meant more than just a compliment that night.
You imagined it.
Oh, no.
I kissed you just like the others. In full sight of my husband. And I might add, to his complete amusement.
Carl wasn't in the room. You waited until he'd left before you got into line.
Oh, nonsense, David.
No. I knew that night you cared for me. That's when I began planning to make you mine.
David, will you please go?
Not until you've told me you'll marry me.
I've told you I won't.
There's someone else.
Only my husband.
Someone else. Someone who's alive.
Please go, David.
What's that?
I want you to go.
What was that? In that other room?
Nothing.
What are
Nothing at all.
What are you doing?
I don't want you to ever come back here, David.
What are you doing?
I'm locking this door. I'm in no mood to have you go ransacking my place.
There's someone in that room.
David?
So, you couldn't wait until your husband was safely buried. Couldn't wait.
David.
Well, he won't have you. You hear me? He won't have you.
David. Please go now.
Very well. But I'm telling you this, Laura. He won't have you. Whoever he is, he'll never have you. I promise you that.
Carl? You hurt?
Yes.
Well?
Go ahead. Go ahead, Carl. She's been having an affair behind your back, hasn't she? She deserves to be killed, doesn't she? Well, go ahead. Kill her.
I don't have to tell you, Carl. I've never cared for him.
Go ahead, Carl. Kill her. She's lying, don't you think?
No one but you, darling. Ever.
I can still tempt you, Carl. That's my job. That's how I keep my fires burning.
I know you believe me, Carl.
No, don't believe her. She's never lied to you before, but there's always a first time.
Darling, please don't stand there looking at me. Say something.
She wants you to say something. Well, go ahead. Say something.
Darling?
It's all right, dearest. I believe you. I wonder what people will say when I I walk out into the world again.
Carl, don't you think it would be best for us to go away quietly? Someplace where we'd never be recognized?
No, Laura. I have a bargain to fulfill. Only until 3 this afternoon.
You'll spend that time with me then?
I'm sorry I can't. There's more to be done than probably either of us imagined.
Where are you going?
To the office first?
I'll go with you.
No, dear. I'll come back to you before I leave you again. To keep my rendezvous with Satan. Good morning, Miss Walling.
Good morning, Mr. Fisher. You're early this morning, Mr. Fisher. Mr. Fisher. Oh.
Confounded girl. How she'll made a scene. I'll spend all morning explaining. Nothing doing. I'll lock myself in the office. West.
Come in, Carl. I've been waiting for you.
Sitting in my chair. At my desk.
Yes. This is your gun, I believe.
What's the meaning of this?
I'm prepared to make a bargain with you.
Bargain?
Yes.
What sort of a bargain?
You died without leaving a will. I have one here dated 3 months before your death. Sign it, the business becomes mine. And I'll permit you to take away half of your $7 million and Laura.
You permit me?
Yes. You couldn't operate your business now. People wouldn't want to do business with a dead man.
Do I look dead to you?
Don't be facetious. I'm serious. I know all about what happened to you. When I came back to see Laura last night, I heard you talking before I pushed the buzzer. I don't understand it all, but I'm prepared to give Laura up for your business and half your cash.
You killed me.
What?
You killed me.
Fisher, keep back.
I see it clearly now. I see now that Laura wasn't lying to me last night. She's never cared for you.
I warn you. Keep back, Fisher.
I remember what you said to her. You said, if anyone has a right to you, Laura, I have. After everything I've done to get you.
This gun is loaded, Carl.
Yes, I see it all clearly now.
Stay back. Stay away from me.
The night she kissed you at the party. Remember what you said about that last night? That was the night you began planning to make her yours.
If you come any nearer, I'll shoot.
I'm not going to harm you, Dr. West.
You'd like to get your hands on this gun. You'd like to kill me, wouldn't you?
Kill you? No, I can't kill you. I've made a bargain not to.
Then keep back.
I could kill you, though. I've been proclaimed legally dead, you know. You can't hang a dead man.
Keep back. One step farther and I'll shoot.
I told you I don't intend to harm you.
Stop where you are.
I just want you to take a good look at me, Doctor.
Stop. Not one step farther. Not one step farther.
Laura.
Oh, darling, are you hurt?
It's nothing.
He shot you, Carl.
Laura. That gun in your hand.
I followed you here. I don't know why I brought the gun.
Laura. You killed him.
Oh, darling.
Give it to me.
No.
Give it to me. Give it to me.
Carl, you must get to a doctor.
No. Look at the clock. No time for a doctor.
You're hurt badly.
Oh, it doesn't matter. Give me that gun.
Carl.
Give it to me. There. Now they'll think we shot each other.
Carl! 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 Oh, my darling. My darling.
You have won your bargain, Carl Fisher. There's no place here for you now.
You have heard Rendezvous with Satan, tonight's original tale of dark fantasy by Scott Bishop, originating in the studios of WKY. Ben Morris was Carl Fisher, Blois Wright played Dr. David West, Eleanor Naylor Corrin was Laura Fisher, Fred Wayne took the part of Satan, Muir Hyde was heard as Reverend Brooks, and Georgiana Cook Hyde played the secretary. Next Friday at this time, listen for Scott Bishop's I Am Your Brother. Tom Paxton speaking. Dark Fantasy comes to you each Friday night from Oklahoma City. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
The Mutual Broadcasting System presents The Mysterious Traveler. Written, produced, and directed by Robert A. Arthur and David Coulter. And starring tonight two of radio's foremost actors, Leon Janney and Ralph Bell, in The Man Who Tried to Save Lincoln.
This is The Mysterious Traveler, inviting you to join me on another journey into the realm of the strange and the terrifying. I hope you will enjoy the trip, that it will thrill you a little and chill you a little. So settle back, get a good grip on your nerves, and be comfortable, if you can, as we hear the strange story that I call The Man Who Tried to Save Lincoln. February 12th, of course, is Abraham Lincoln's birthday. And next April 14th is the anniversary of his death at the hands of an assassin. Now, many people have wondered what would have happened if Lincoln had not died that night. My story tonight concerns two such people, and it begins in a small laboratory in a college in Pennsylvania. A heavy-set, middle-aged man is tinkering with a maze of electronic apparatus.
1914? 1913? 1912? 1911? 1910? 1910. The gauge stops there. There's no penetration. The accumulated tension is too great to overcome unless I use more power. And if I do... just as I expected, the field coil blew out. 39 years penetration, and there I stick. Maybe if I get a more powerful tube. Hello, Professor Hodges speaking.
Professor Hodges? This is Miss Erskine.
Mrs. Erskine?
Oh, Professor Hodges, you've forgotten.
I have? Forgotten what, Mrs. Erskine?
My tea, Professor. Oh, it was very naughty of you, but I know how absent-minded professors are, so I'll forgive you if you'll come right over.
Oh, yes, your tea. The truth is, Mrs. Erskine,
I'm not going to let you say no. The dean is here, and some very attractive young women, and someone you surely want to meet.
I do?
Oh, yes, Tom Morrison. You know, he just wrote that wonderful book, If Lincoln Had Lived, You Must Meet Him.
Oh, yes. Is he any relation to former Professor Henry Morrison?
His son. Now, you will come, won't you, right away?
All right, Mrs. Erskine. Maybe I need some social life to take the cobwebs out of my brain.
Oh, Professor Hodges, I'm so glad you could come, even if I did have to remind you. And I want you to meet Tom Morrison. This is Professor Hodges.
How do you do, sir? Glad to meet you, Mr. Morrison.
Mr. Morrison has just been telling me about his book, If Lincoln Had Lived. It is fascinating. It is simply fascinating. It is... Oh, but there's Lucy Johnson, and I must please you two. Just excuse me, because... Oh, Lucy! Lucy, dear, I want to speak to you, dear. Now, just wait.
Mrs. Erskine was telling me you're a physicist, Professor Hodges. Electronics.
Yes, that's my line. I've heard of your book, Mr. Morrison, If Lincoln Had Lived. Tell me, what would have happened?
Well, as I was just telling Mrs. Erskine, I think tremendous things would have happened.
Such as?
I think Abraham Lincoln would have managed things so wisely that at the end of the war between the states, the whole nation would have recovered in 10 years.
Oh, yes? Go on.
There would have been no bitterness. And as a united nation, we'd have forged ahead much more quickly to take our place as a world leader.
Yes, I can see how that would be.
Why, we'd have been so strong in 1914 that we'd have prevented World War I by our very threat to intervene.
Then there wouldn't have been any World War.
Well, certainly the chances against it would have been much greater.
Mr. Morrison, Tom, I am glad I came here today. I think you're the man I need.
Need? In what way?
I'm in the middle of a tremendous experiment. I need a man with imagination. That's you. I need a man I can trust. You again.
Professor, what is this experiment?
Tom, I'll answer one question with another. How would you like to step back through the pages of history to that fatal night of April 13th, 1865, and save Abraham Lincoln's life? These are the instruments I've been working with, Tom. They don't look like much, I guess, but they work. Up to a point, that is.
So that's what a time machine looks like. I always wondered, and now I know.
Time machine? Tom, you've been reading H.G. Wells. You and just about everybody else, I suppose, think of a time machine as an invention which could carry people back and forth through time like an automobile carries them along a road. Right?
Well, pretty much, I guess.
In that sense, a time machine is impossible, believe me. But in another sense, everyone travels about in time constantly.
How do you mean?
Tom, what happened on your 7th birthday?
My 7th birthday? I had a big party. Yeah, I got a pony for a present. Rode that pony all over the lawn.
You see, Tom? Just now you traveled backwards 25 years in time, mentally.
Well, say, I did, didn't I? I think I see what you're getting at. You can travel through time mentally, if not physically.
That's it. And this machine here is just a refinement on that principle. If I used you as a subject, Tom, and focused it at some special date in history when I knew people were present at this spot...
Yes?
The electronic circuits would take your own brain waves, your memory pattern, your personality, if you want to call it that, amplify it millions of times, and push it back into the past, into the mind of some person at that particular spot at that particular time.
You mean that my brain pattern would be impressed upon the brain of some man living in the past?
Roughly speaking, yes. You'd be able to think with his mind, see with his eyes, hear with his ears, and move about in his body.
I see.
There are difficulties. For instance, suppose your mind finds itself inside the brain of a very strong-willed individual.
Yes?
You will probably be helpless, unable to influence his actions in any way. You see, you will be dominated.
I see.
On the other hand, an easygoing or weak-willed person would be subject to your will.
Then you couldn't always be sure of just what would happen when you made an excursion back into the past.
Unfortunately, no. But that can't be helped. There are other difficulties. Right now, my main tube isn't big enough. I can't achieve penetration further back than 1910.
40 years.
I have a bigger tube coming that should extend the range at least to 100 years. But while we wait for it, suppose we do a little experimenting.
What kind of experimenting, Professor?
Tom, tomorrow, how would you like to go on a little jaunt back to the year 1912? Comfortable, Tom?
Feel fine, Professor.
I've purposely arranged this chair so that you can see out the window. You see the public library across the street?
Yes. It was erected in 1912, wasn't it?
The very year you're going to visit. Did you know your mother was one of the first librarians there?
Yes. It's family history that she met Father when he went in to get a book. He was so bowled over, he forgot the book.
He also forgot to sign the library card in the back of it. I have the very book right here. The Life of Lincoln.
The same book. It looks as if it hadn't been read in 40 years.
It hasn't. Here's the card. Here's the line where your father should have signed his name. Perfectly blank.
Dad certainly must have been smitten.
That's just the point. Tom, I know it's possible to send your brain pattern back in time, but is it possible for you to change anything that happened then?
To change anything? I hadn't thought of that. If the past has happened, it's fixed, isn't it? It can't be changed.
I think it can. That's what we're going to test. Tom, I'm going to send you back to that day your father met your mother. I'm going to force your mental pattern into your father's mind.
Good Lord.
Yes. You'll see with his eyes, think with his mind, move with his body. And Tom, you are going to sign this library card.
Sign the card?
Right. You're going back to noon, July 10th, 1912. According to the timestamp on this card, the book was delivered at that exact moment.
I see. And I'm to sign the library card that never was signed. I'm to alter the past.
If you can. Maybe you won't be able to. But try, Tom. Try. Concentrate every power of your mind on it.
I will. But you have the book and the card here. They're not in the library.
Ah, they are. Back in 1912.
Oh, of course. I was forgetting.
Ready?
Yes.
Sit back. Relax. I'll attach the headpiece. There. Now concentrate your mind on the thought, noon, July 10th, 1912. Repeat it over and over mentally.
I understand.
It'll take a few seconds. You may experience a period of dizziness. Be prepared for anything.
Noon, July 10th, 1912. Noon, July 10th, 1912. Noon, July 10th, 1912. Noon, July 10th, 1912.
Mr. Morrison, what is it? Are you ill?
I felt dizzy for a moment. Where am I?
Well, this is the public library, and I have the book you called for, The Life of Lincoln. Why are you staring at me so oddly, Mr. Morrison?
You? I've never seen you before, have I?
Why, no. I'm Miss Andrews, the assistant librarian. I just started work here today.
Miss Andrews. Is this July 10th, 1912?
Oh, yes, of course.
Oh, what time is it?
Well, the clock is just striking noon.
Oh, yes, of course. Why did I ask that? I know perfectly well it is. It's as if there were a voice in my mind. It's odd.
Are you sure that you feel all right, Mr. Morrison?
Of course I do. Just a little giddy. That's the effect of love at first sight.
Mr. Morrison.
Oh, I mean it, Miss Andrews. Will you have lunch with me? Now, right away, so we can talk.
Why, of course I will.
Thank you, Miss Andrews. Get your hat. It is lunchtime, isn't it?
Why, yes, I believe it is, Mr. Morrison. But the book, don't you want me to sign it out for you?
Oh, bother the book. Lincoln can wait. But there's something.
Yes?
I'm trying to remember something. The card. Yes, I have to sign the card.
Well, not if you don't wish the book.
Yes, but I do. Something tells me I must. I don't know why. Give me the card, please.
Yes, of course.
And a pen.
Here you are.
Now, I'm feeling busy again. My name, Tom. No, not Tom. Henry. What's wrong with me? Henry Morrison. There. No, I...
Mr. Morrison. Mr. Morrison, can I get you a glass of water?
Tom, here. Drink this.
Thanks, Professor. Oh, it's better. I am over my dizziness.
What happened? Tell me.
Well, there was an instant of dizziness. And then I opened my eyes, and Professor, I was standing in the public library talking to a young woman. The woman who was later to become my own mother.
Go on, Tom.
Yes, it was noon, July 10th, 1912. And I seemed to be inside the mind of someone else. Someone who went on talking and acting as if I didn't exist.
Of course. Your mental pattern was being superimposed on his mind. Your father-to-be.
Yes. Yes, I tried to make him realize I was there. I exerted all my willpower. Then I think he signed the library card. And I'm not sure. Everything got far away and dark then, and I was sitting here with you back in 1950.
We'll know in a moment if he did sign the card. If you did change the past, Tom, I'll open the book. If the card was signed, the signature will be there now. It'll have to be there. Look.
It's signed. Henry Morrison. My father's signature.
And look, he started to sign it Tom, and then he crossed out the Tom and wrote in Henry. That proves your personality was dominant for a moment. We can do it, Tom. We can reach back into the past and save the life of Abraham Lincoln.
And change the whole course of world history since 1865.
As soon as the bigger tube gets here, we'll try further tests, send you back further. Tom, how would you like to be present to hear Lincoln deliver the Gettysburg Address?
Hey, you take care. Step on my foot there.
Sorry. I felt dizzy. Well, where am I?
Where are you?
Yeah.
You crazy? It's Gettysburg, of course. You ought to know you lived here all your life, Jesse Evans. Quiet, the president's going to speak.
The president?
President Lincoln, of course. Shh.
77 years ago, our forefathers brought forth on this continent a new nation, conceived in liberty and dedicated to the proposition that all men are created equal. Now we are engaged in a great civil war, testing whether that nation or any nation so conceived and so dedicated can long endure. We are met on a great battlefield of that war. We have come to dedicate a portion of that field as a final resting place for those who gave their lives that that nation might live. It is altogether fitting and proper that we do this, but in a larger sense, we cannot
Professor, I saw him. I saw Lincoln, and I heard him deliver the Gettysburg Address.
And we've done it. We've achieved the penetration into the time we need. And we've proved you can stay there at least half an hour.
It was terrific. There was a farmer named Jesse Evans, a simple fellow. I was able to control his actions without difficulty. And for 30 minutes, I saw Lincoln. Listened to him. Now I know I'm right. If Lincoln had lived, we'd all have a better world today.
Tom, we'll leave for Washington tomorrow. We'll set up our instruments and equipment in the Ford Theater itself, where John Wilkes Booth shot Abraham Lincoln at about 10:15 on the night of April 13th, 1865. And you will return to that fateful night and prevent the shot from being fired. Well, everything seems to be working. I was afraid the trip by truck might have jarred the main tube.
How still it is here. How hushed. Listen to the silence, Professor. It's as if not a single sound had been uttered here since the night Lincoln was shot.
Well, Tom, considering this place is a museum now, and maybe 1 million people have visited it...
Still, the atmosphere of silence is here. Think of it, sir. Through that doorway, Abraham Lincoln walked. Across those boards. Up those stairs. Walked unknowing to his death. While John Wilkes Booth lurked outside, a loaded pistol in his pocket.
I know what you mean, Tom. Now let's plot our strategy. We have the place to ourselves until tomorrow morning. Let's try to imagine this theater as it was, April 13th, 1865. Let's figure out just where everyone was, so far as we know. You tell me, Tom. You're the expert in this field.
All right, Professor. Now, over there is the box office. There, the entrance. This was the auditorium. And there, of course, was the stage. Up there was the private box in which Lincoln and his party sat.
I wish we could get the gadgets up there, but we can't. Have to work from down here.
At about 9 o'clock in the evening, the President and Mrs. Lincoln entered with 2 guests. The play had already started. A ticket taker named Buckingham took their tickets, and an usher led them to their box.
I see. Go on, Tom.
At about 10 minutes past 10, John Wilkes Booth sauntered in. He spoke to Buckingham, the ticket taker. Then he went on upstairs toward Lincoln's box. In his pocket, he carried a brass derringer loaded with 1 shot.
And he struck almost immediately.
Yes, sir. The President had an armed guard, John F. Parker. But Parker was criminally negligent. He left his post to watch the play. Left Lincoln unguarded. Booth slipped into the President's box, fired 1 shot into Lincoln's head, leaped to the stage, and made his getaway.
Now, Tom.
Yes, sir.
Our experiments have proved definitely that your ability to alter the past depends on the type of mind into which the electronic pressure forces your own mental pattern.
That's right. If I should hit a strong-willed man, I might not be able to control him at all. A neutral or weak-willed type I can control and force to act.
And you must act. Booth must be killed. You understand that?
Of course. If I just stopped him, he might strike again later.
Another danger is that we might send your mental pattern into the mind of someone who did not know Booth and would be unable to stop him in time.
What do you suggest, sir?
We have 2 possibilities. First, the guard Parker. He was weak-willed, and he was armed.
He seems the most logical choice.
Unfortunately, we don't know just where he was for part of the evening. He left his post, and wandered around. And the pattern of pressure must be very carefully aimed.
Of course. If we missed him...
No telling what would happen. My choice is Buckingham, the ticket taker.
Buckingham, eh?
A ticket taker is not ordinarily a man of, shall we say, great mental achievements. You will probably be able to control him, and remember, he knew Booth, and in fact spoke to him.
That's true. Also, we know almost exactly where he stood the whole evening.
There by the entrance. All right, Tom. We will plan on sending you back to April 13th, 1865, into the mind of Mr. Buckingham. Now, let's start getting ready.
Steady, man, steady. You almost fell then. What's the matter, fella? You drinking again?
Oh, am I?
Why, this is Ford's Theater, of course. What's wrong with you?
Oh, I'm all right. Thanks. Just busy for a minute. So I'm there. On the scene. Ford's Theater. The night of the assassination of Abraham Lincoln.
Yeah, what's that? What about Lincoln? He's here tonight, you know.
Yes, I know. The lobby. Ford's Theater. April 13th, 1865. We've done it. And I can't fail. I can't.
Quiet, quiet. The play's going on, you know. You mustn't disturb the president.
No. The president. Yes. The president. He mustn't be disturbed. Oh, no, I'll see he's not disturbed.
You're acting awful strange. You're talking odd.
Well, who am I? Tell me, who am I? Is my name Buckingham?
Buckingham? That's a good one. Tell him, Harry, is his name Buckingham?
It can't be. You're Buckingham.
You're Buckingham?
That's right, fella. Say, how much did you have to drink tonight?
Nothing. We missed. Somehow. We missed. But it won't make any difference. It won't. I'll find him.
Look, why don't you go in, find an empty seat, and sit down till you're all right?
No. I can't sit down. Got to find someone. Who? Lincoln. Yes, President Lincoln. And John Wilkes Booth. Got to find them. Save. Kill.
Harry, help me to hold him up. He's staggering.
Busy. Got to concentrate on Lincoln. On Booth. Concentrate.
There's no liquor on his breath. He's ill. Better get him outside.
No, I'm all right. It's 10 after 10. I have something important to tend to. Life and death. Have you seen Booth? John Wilkes Booth, the actor.
Have I seen Booth?
Yes. Excuse me, Buckingham. I've got to go on in. I have a very important engagement to keep. Yes. Very important. A matter of life and death.
Well, if you're sure you feel all right, go right ahead.
Thank you. Good night, gentlemen.
Well, that was a funny performance. If I hadn't smelled his breath, I'd have sworn he was drunk.
He's a funny one. Never know what he's up to. That talk just now about having an important engagement. Just bluff, you may be bound.
Do you suppose he's in his right mind, though? Asking us if we'd seen John Wilkes Booth, the actor, when he's John Wilkes Booth.
This is the mysterious traveler again. Did Tom and Professor Hodges succeed? No, you have only to open your history books and know they didn't. The past can't be changed, only the future. And it can be changed for good or evil, now, today, by you, and you. By all of us, each working in his own way. What future are you working for? While you think about it, I'll tell you about next week's story, The Big Hand. It's about two criminals who risked their lives in a desperate gamble for $1 million with death as their ever... Oh, you have to get off here. I'm sorry. But I'm sure we'll meet again. I take this same train every week at the same time.
You have just heard The Mysterious Traveler with the title role played by Maurice Tarplin. In the cast were Leon Janney, Ralph Bell, Miss Leslie Woods, and Raymond Edward Johnson. Original music composed and played by Al Finelli. This is Bob Emmerich speaking. This is the world's largest network, the Mutual Broadcasting System.
Ladies and gentlemen, we now present George Edwards in Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde.
Dr. Jekyll? What are you doing here?
I was called in to attend to this young lady. A serious case of hysteria, I'm afraid. I must ask you to leave us as soon as possible. Otherwise, I can't answer for the results.
Huh? What's the matter with her?
She had a bad fright earlier in the night, and the sound of you knocking on the door downstairs seemed to have had a violent effect on her.
Well, I'm sure I'm very sorry, but we had our orders. We've got to search this place. A man by the name of Hyde.
Edward Hyde, the murderer?
That's him. He was seen in Kensington Gardens this afternoon, and it was reported to us. We traced him all over the place. First, he took a cab and went to a little hotel in Limehouse. We almost got him there, but he gave us the slip. Then he was seen down by the embankment, and last of all, we traced him here.
Here?
Yes, not 10 minutes ago, someone saw him creeping along this street and hiding in the doorway. Someone came out and let him in, and he hasn't come out since. We've got the police around here all round the place, and we know.
Well, you can see for yourself that he isn't in this room. Do you want to look in the cupboard?
Oh, I suppose we should, by rights.
Then go ahead, but make it as brief as possible. I'm very alarmed at the condition of my patient here. I want to get her to a hospital as soon as possible.
Well, it won't take 2 minutes, sir. It's just a matter of formality. Come on, Bert and Ted. You look in that other room. I'll have a search in here.
All right, go there, Bert.
Helen. Helen, dear. It's all right, Helen. Helen, can you hear me? Oh, please. Please don't cry like that. There's nothing to be afraid of. It's Henry. Don't you know me?
Don't look too good, does she?
No. I must have help, but I don't like to leave her. Do you think one of your men could get me some sort of a cab? I've got to get her into a hospital.
Do you think she'll be all right, sir?
Why, what do you mean?
Well, she looks to me as though she's, what you might say, sort of lost her reason.
Don't say that. Why, what do you know about her? She's had a bad shock and nothing more. She'll be all right if only you'll do as I ask and not stand there gaping.
Oh, I'm sorry, sir. No offense meant. I'll go down and speak to the sergeant right away.
Helen. Oh, Helen, my poor darling. Oh, don't say I've done this frightful thing to you. Must the curse fall on every living creature that I love? Oh, heaven, not this. Not this.
What's going on here?
Who are you, anyway? What do you want?
Name is Poole. I come here to see someone in this house.
Well, you can't get in here. The place is surrounded.
What for?
None of your business. What do you want to get inside for?
I've got to see a lady. I've got an urgent message for her.
Well, it'll have to wait. No one gets in or out of this house till we've got the man we're looking for.
Something serious?
Just a plain case of murder, that's all.
Murder? Here?
No, not here. But the cove what done it is. Ever heard of Edward Hyde?
Edward Hyde? He's here?
Surest thing you know. We tracked him to this place, and we know he hasn't got out.
But what would he be doing here? Why, this here is a most respectable neighborhood.
Just shows you can't believe appearances. Maybe he came to pay a visit to the young lady you're after.
Miss Peters? Why, you must be mad.
Peters? Is it her you're after?
Yes, why?
I just come down from her room. There's something pretty funny the matter with her.
Why, what do you mean?
The doctor says she's had a fright. If you ask me, she's clean off her head.
Miss Peters is?
Yes. Right, here they come now. Sergeant's letting them come because the doctor told him it's urgent.
The doctor? Why, it's Dr. Jekyll.
Do you know him?
I'm his servant. We've been looking for him everywhere.
Well, there he is, as large as life.
Dr. Jekyll! Dr. Jekyll!
My fool, whatever brings you here?
I've been looking for you, sir, everywhere.
Well, you found me. Come here. Give me a hand with Miss Peters. Take her other arm and help me get her into that cab.
My goodness, sir, she do look bad. And to think that I was talking to her only this evening when she came to get that drawer from your place.
Shut up, you fool. Don't you see those men are listening?
I'm sorry, sir.
Do as I say. Take Miss Peters' arm and don't say a word until we're through this court of police. Do you understand?
Yes, sir.
Helen, can you hear me?
Yes?
Open your eyes and look at me.
Where am I?
You're in my home. I brought you here 5 days ago.
5 days? I don't remember.
Well, don't try to. You've been very ill, but you're getting better now. I'm taking care of you.
Are you, Henry? What happened to me?
Don't try to think. Just lie there and let me hold your hand in mine.
But there's something I want to remember. Something terrible. It's there at the back of my mind, but I can't quite find it.
You mustn't. If you try to think and upset yourself, I'll have to give you something to put you to sleep again. You wouldn't want me to have to do that, would you?
No. What happened at the clinic?
They're doing the best they can. Dr. Lanyon will be back from his honeymoon at the end of next week. And that will make things better.
But who's looking after all the sick people?
Now, you're not to worry about that. That's how you've made yourself sick. You've been working too hard. You've had a very bad breakdown.
I have?
Yes. And you've got to take great care of yourself. As soon as you're well enough, I'm going to take you away. How would you like to go to the south of France, or perhaps to Italy?
Do you mean that?
Of course I do. Now, you just lie there and don't talk. And think of where you'd like to go as soon as you get better.
Will you stay here beside me?
Well, I'll just go into the next room for a few minutes and have a word with your nurse. Then I'll come back.
Don't be long, Henry. I feel afraid of something. I don't know what it is, but I don't want to be alone.
I'll come back just as soon as ever I can. Now, close your eyes and don't worry, dear.
I'll try.
Oh, nurse. How long did she sleep this afternoon?
About 2 hours, Doctor.
And when she woke, you noticed signs of returning consciousness. Did she say anything?
She asked for something to drink.
Nothing else?
She seems to be trying to remember something.
That's natural. She's been unconscious for 5 days, don't forget. And there's bound to be certain gaps in her memory. Will you try to remember everything she says and report it to me?
Yes, of course.
She didn't mention anything about someone named Hyde.
No, sir, nothing at all.
Good. Let me have a look at the temperature chart. Yes, that's much better. Just keep on as you're doing and avoid all excitement. She must be kept perfectly quiet.
Oh, I quite understand that, sir.
And I think you can reduce the number of doses of... Quickly, she's had another relapse. Look, she's out of bed. Helen!
Get away! I can see it all again.
Get an injection ready, nurse. I'll manage her by myself. Helen, be quiet here. Be quiet.
I'm not sick anymore. I remember everything. I remember how you came to my room. I can see you standing there, gripping the table. Your face, your hands, and your dreadful cry.
You don't know what you're saying. You must be quiet. You must get back into bed.
I'm not sick, I tell you. I can remember. You came to my place at midnight, didn't you? I opened the door, and there you were, crouching in the shadows. And the policeman with the lantern.
Be quiet. This is all part of your sickness now. You've glimpsed it all.
No, I haven't. I saw it with my own eyes. I saw you measure up the liquid and put it in the little white powder. And all the while they were knocking on the door, and you were terrified. And you turned to me with your face ghastly pale, and the perspiration running down your cheeks. I can see the way your mouth was open, and you gasped for breath, and then you drank. Oh, I can see it all.
Nurse, have you got the hypodermic ready?
You can't stop me from speaking. I won't have your drugs. You can't keep me here.
Helen, be calm, be calm. You must be calm. Don't you know what you're doing? You'll make yourself ill again.
Let me go, let me go. I won't stay in this house. I saw you. I know what happened. I know what you are.
Yes, Doctor.
Hold her arm while I give it to her. We've got to get her calm again.
No, let me go. Don't touch me. Don't come near me. You're Edward Hyde. I saw you with my own eyes, I tell you.
Whatever she named.
It's the wildest form of delirium. Take no notice.
It's not. I saw it. He drank down the medicine and I saw him change. I saw him change right before my very eyes.
Hold her now, steady. That's right. Oh, thank heavens for that. There shall soon be quiet.
Quiet! I'll never be quiet! I'll never be quiet again!
Helen, don't you understand that this is just a dream?
It's not. I swear I saw it happen.
Thank heaven. She's growing quieter. Come and help me lift her into bed.
The worst time she's ever had.
Yes. It's very serious. If there are many more of them.
Do you think her mind might be permanently affected?
It may be. There. Poor soul. He's gone to sleep. We'll see how she is when she wakes. If she's no better.
Will you be somewhere near?
Yes. I've canceled all engagements. I won't leave her. No one must attend her but myself, as long as she persists in this mad delusion that I am Edward Hyde.
Unsolved Mysteries. Out of deference to persons who may still be living, character names in some of these true unsolved mysteries have been changed. Somewhere in desolate, wind-swept space, in Shadowland, in no man's land, two hurrying forms met face to face and bade each other stand. And who are you, the one shape said, shuddering in the gloaming light. I know not, said the other shape. I only died last night. That poem was written many years before the war, but it could have been written for the mystery of Sergeant Major Thomas. The scene is London, the day, Armistice Day, and from the quiet warmth of the Guards Club, a group of men dressed in uniforms that only see the light of day once a year watch through fog and rain-swept windows the troops parade past the club on their way to the armistice service at the cenotaph.
Brings back memories, doesn't it, Slim?
Yes, but let's not get sentimental. I feel old enough now when I watch these pink-faced boys marching past and carrying a rifle as though they'd been born with one at the present.
Now listen, Slim, don't be cynical. You're not any older than the rest of us. If my memory serves me rightly, you were only 19 when you were just as pink-cheeked and quite as dexterous with, well, no, not a rifle, but a saber. And so my cynic at the fireside, allow them to play at being soldiers as long as they wish.
Yes, as you say, they'll be at it in earnest before long. So they might as well play while they may.
What the deuce is the matter with you today, Slim? You're not usually like this.
No, an armistice day isn't every day either.
Oh, I know, but dash it all, we of all people have a right to be cheerful on armistice anniversaries. Game leg or two, an arm missing here and there. Blind, maybe, but after all, we're alive. Alive, man.
Yes, of course, I'm sorry, fellows. I might as well tell you. I saw my doctor yesterday.
Yes?
3 months.
Oh. I'm sorry, old man. I didn't mean to rub it in.
3 months? No chance of doing anything?
No, to tell the truth, I wouldn't extend the time if I could. I'm not afraid to die.
Well, of course, I don't think any of us are, really. It can't be so much worse than living, no matter how bad it is.
No, I don't mean that. I've got something to look forward to. The little problem that's haunted me for 20 years is going to be solved.
I don't quite follow you.
Well, I've never spoken of it. It's the little matter for which I got my DSO.
Yes?
The night of April the 8th, it was, 1916. I'll never forget it. We'd been moved up to reinforce the French in the defense of Verdun. We were entertained royally, and Captain Lejeune of the French artillery had taken me to spend the evening with friends of his at the Chateau de Champs. We were met by our charming hostess and her equally charming daughter.
Bonsoir, monsieur.
Bonsoir, madame and mademoiselle.
Good evening. Very kind of you to invite me over here.
It is a pleasure. One can do so little these days.
I will help monsieur with his coat.
Oh, thank you, mademoiselle.
Slim Captain Dubois is quartered with us for some time.
Oh, by the way, I must explain that I've left orders with my sergeant major to report anything immediately. So don't be surprised if my sergeant major appears during dinner and demands an interview.
He will be perfectly all right, I can assure him, monsieur. And now before dinner, a little wine, perhaps. Oh, but yes, I do not need to ask. You, Captain Lejeune, will do the honor.
Certainty. Mais oui.
Bien, we shall be leaving Chateau de Champs very shortly.
Marie.
Oh, I know it is all right to say so to Captain Lejeune, because I heard Father telling him so myself.
Yes, indeed. And Captain Slim will be told tomorrow anyway. We are expecting the great German offensive against Verdun on the 12th, and all civilians will be evacuated within the next few days.
You're certain of your information?
Mais oui. Our intelligence department. Germany thinks she have the greatest secret service in the world. But France, she do not say so much, but France knows what she is doing.
You think Verdun can withstand the German attack?
Oh, but a certainty. Of course, mais oui.
Oh, I hope so. I tremble to think of what will happen to the chateau otherwise.
Oh, have no fear. We, France, with our British brothers in arms, will hold Verdun against the world.
Oh, I will go, Mother.
Very well, my dear. I did not know that there were British reinforcements at the Verdun fort.
No, madame. And we hope the Germans do not know it. It is to be part of the surprise. Now, the brigadier here planned it this way. The Germans will undoubtedly attack... I am forget.
Orders just received from General Headquarters, sir.
Thank you, Sergeant Major. How long ago?
20 minutes, sir. Came here by automobile.
You've read these?
Yes, sir. The men are being routed out now, sir. Left Sergeant Woolley routing the men. Corporal Willis is turning out the officer.
What name of a name? What is the matter?
Nothing, except that our battalion is ordered into the trenches in front of Verdun.
Then you cannot wait for dinner.
I'm so sorry, but it's impossible. I'll have to go now. Goodbye.
Time for a short break, but we'll be right back after these messages. And now, back to Unsolved Mystery on WEN Radio 1.
1 hour later, Captain Dewar leads his men into their position. The distant booming of heavy guns is intermittent. Over the dark, rain-soaked horror of no man's land comes the sporadic cat-cat of machine gun fire. Every now and then a veery light sears the dismal black of the sky, and in the lulls the constant deadening monotony of falling rain. Sergeant Major Thomas touches his commanding officer's arm.
I think I'll go along, sir. See if I can make contact with the Woosters.
Is it necessary, Sergeant Major?
I'd just like to make certain, sir, they've reached their positions. Too late, sir, if anything happens, to find out we're isolated.
No, I don't think I'd bother, Sergeant Major. Everything's quiet tonight. No attacks expected. In fact, we'll more than likely be back at the base before the German offensive comes off. However, please your mind, suit yourself.
Was that you, Captain?
Yes. Oh, it's you, Brown.
Yes, I thought I'd look around and see that the men were comfortable.
Oh, very nice.
As comfortable as a human being can be in this mud and slush.
I'll slip along, sir. Be back in 10 minutes, sir.
Carry on, Sergeant Major.
Good man, Thomas.
One of the best. Things sort of warming up.
I hope that didn't catch the Sergeant Major. Under down the trench a bit.
Captain Dewar!
Huh?
Captain!
Yes? Oh, is that you, Sergeant Major?
Yes, sir. The Germans, they're advancing.
What?
Almost on us. Haven't a minute to spare.
Brown, get Brown to report to headquarters. I'll rouse the men.
Lieutenant Brown hears his commanding officer and rushes to headquarters. Captain Dewar assembles his men. Signal Corps men keep the field telegraph lines hot. Back in the Verdun forts, the artillerymen load, sight, and fire the big guns, and the barrage, not a second too soon, falls in a death-dealing salvo across the breadth of no man's land. 15 minutes later, the German attack repulsed, the Verdun forts saved. The officers meet in one of the dugouts.
Thank the Lord somebody spotted that advance.
Thank Dewar. Captain Dewar, I mean.
Don't thank me. Thank Sergeant Major Thomas.
Thomas?
Yes. He came back and warned me.
Oh, impossible, man. Why, Thomas... Why, he...
What? Speak of, man.
Well, Sergeant Major Thomas was killed in that first burst of machine gun fire.
What?
But he spoke to me. He came back. I saw him.
I'm sorry, old man. Your nerves are upset. I found Thomas after I left you. Found him lying dead on the first step as I went down the trench.
In just a moment, you will hear a solution to the mystery of the return of Sergeant Major Thomas. Inasmuch as any solution must of necessity be supposition, liberties of time, place, and character have been taken in the solution for which you have been waiting. The scene is once again the Guards Club, as Captain Dewar finishes his story.
Certainly a ghastly experience, all right. Yes, it upset me considerably at first. I couldn't believe it. But I checked up on the time, and there was no doubt about it. Sergeant Major Thomas was dead. Dead before Brown left me that night to go down the trench. So you see, I have little fear of death. I know that over there, whatever else there is, I'll find congenial company. Fellows like Thomas.
Didn't you ever try to find out the reason for your, shall I say, visitation?
Yes, I've read Sir Oliver Lodge, Conan Doyle, Podmore Myers. They all confirm my belief.
But didn't you ever read anything on the negative side of the question?
Yes, lots. What do they say? Nothing but, it can't happen. Hallucination. Wish dreaming. I'd like to know how in the name of Sam Hill, I, who was in possession of information that the attack was not expected for 4 more days, and that in addition, I, who believed the Sergeant Major still alive, should have an hallucination of that nature.
No, I suppose not.
I can understand it. I can see Thomas slipping, sliding down the trench. See him climb the parapet. He sees the Germans advancing. He realizes he must warn us. But before he can get back into the trench, the machine gun burst, sends him west. His one thought to warn us is so powerful that it continues on after death, and warns me in the only way it can, the apparently physical form of his body.
Meaning that the thought itself continues, but that in order to make itself known to you, it had to adopt the form of his body.
Right. Be that as it may, in 90 days or less, at least I shall know the answer.
You're about to hear a story based on actual events. To protect the innocent, names and places have been changed.
Autolite and its 96,000 dealers bring you Mr. Jeff Chandler in a story taken from life. Tonight's presentation of Suspense.
Tonight, Autolite presents The Steel River Prison Break, a story concerning one of the most fantastic prison breaks ever engineered, starring Mr. Jeff Chandler.
Starch my sombrero if it's not Sheriff Sam.
I brung in a rustler, Harlow.
Cattle rustler?
Nope, a gas rustler. My car. It uses gas something awful and bucks like a bronco.
Well, sounds like spark plug trouble, Sheriff. Your Autolite spark plug dealer can help you in a jiffy. He has the exclusive plug check indicator that shows the exact condition of those spark plugs and whether they're right for your type of driving.
Maybe they just need cleaning or adjusting, Harlow.
Well, your Autolite spark plug dealer has the special equipment to give you the best job money can buy, Sheriff.
Yeah, but supposing them critters are dead.
Well, then he'll replace them with a set of standard or resistor type ignition-engineered Autolite spark plugs. The spark plugs that are world famous for quality and performance. So, friends, you'll find it pays to have your spark plugs checked soon. See your Autolite spark plug dealer. And remember, from bumper to tail light, you're always right with Autolite.
And now, with The Steel River Prison Break and the performance of Mr. Jeff Chandler, Autolite hopes once again to keep you in suspense.
Friday. I mean set. We'd thought of everything. Cronin would be waiting in a speedboat under the wall. We'd make it during the recreation period. Some of the boys would start a rhubarb in the far corner of the yard. We'd be up and over and in the river before the guards missed us. And then Tuesday night, the radio changed everything.
Word has just reached us from Pequod City. The river is 3 feet below flood stage at Lock 7 and rising. Flood stage is expected at midnight. Rain is still falling in the upper watershed. Flood warnings have been issued along the waterfront here in Frickburg. Elsewhere, rising waters are reported in the upper Allegheny and Monongahela, and flood stages may be expected from New Kensington and Wheeling to Pittsburgh. We return you to Tuesday Reveries with the Steel River Sinfonetta.
That does it.
Oh, what's that?
The flood. Mice, you hear that on the radio?
Yeah, I heard it. So it's raining outside.
Yeah, it's raining up the river and it's raining in the mountains.
And we're mighty lucky to be nice and warm and a comfy little old prison cell.
We gotta move up the timetable.
What? What are you talking about?
We walk out of here tomorrow night, Thursday morning latest.
Well, how come? Cronin won't be here for us till Friday afternoon.
What are you trying to do? Louse up the details?
Now, listen, the river will hit flood stage at Lock 7 at midnight tonight.
So what?
So Lock 7 is 80 miles upstream. Right below it, the Lucinda River runs into the Steel. That means that Lock 8 at Renton will probably be away by tomorrow morning. Between Lock 8 and Frickburg, a half-dozen little rivers pour into the Steel. At midnight tomorrow night, the prison will be an island surrounded by the biggest flood since 1886.
Very interesting.
I don't know much about these things. We don't ever get much water on the Rio Grande.
Well, I know. I was born and raised a half a mile from here. I know floods. I was raised on them. Flooded out twice a year when I was a kid, every fall and every spring. By tomorrow night, this cell block will be a swimming pool.
Well, that'll be a change.
Tomorrow night we go.
What about Cronin?
Cronin ain't going to get here in this flood.
Look, Bragg, I don't think we ought to risk it.
There ain't any risk. You know how it is when there's a flood. People go crazy. We get out of here, we act like any other characters trying to get to high ground. Only we head for my house. We get a change of clothes and we're on our way. We'll be at Cronin's joint in Youngstown before we ever get started.
I don't know, Bragg.
If you're going with me, you're going, I say so, and I say tomorrow.
But, Bragg.
What, Rudd?
I can't swim.
We already had a gun. No matter how, Cronin got it into me. I buried it in a can of tallow in the soap plant. I put that can of tallow so far back in the corner wasn't nobody going to use it to make soap. I broke it out yesterday and hid it behind the tubes and things in my radio. I got a radio in my cell because I've been such a model prisoner. Me. Wednesday morning before breakfast, Lefty, the head screw, come into the cell block and made us a little speech.
Man, we're in for a flood. Looks like it's going to be serious. Water's only a foot below the top of the downtown flood walls right now.
Ain't that too bad?
The Frickburg Disaster Committee's asked every able-bodied man to get down there and help sandbag those walls.
I'm a stranger in town myself.
That's for citizens and taxpayers. All right, how many of you want to volunteer for the job?
I'll go.
All right. We'll take off after breakfast, but remember, this ain't no picnic. Don't try no funny stuff, because I'll be right there with you, me and the rest of my boys. Oh, you don't want to stand out there in the rain all day. Okay. That's all. Breakfast in 5 minutes.
Up goes the timetable again.
What?
Don't have to wait for the night. We make it this morning.
What are you doing with that radio?
What do you think? Give me the tape.
Tape?
The tape. That phony boiler bandage the other day.
Oh, yeah. Ow, that hurts.
Oh, you don't take it off that way. You do it this way.
Take it easy.
Shut up.
Well, that hurt me, Bragg.
That tape is automatic on the inside of my leg. Yeah, we're on our way.
Yeah, Bragg?
You all set, Mush?
Set.
When we get down the river, we keep close together. Watch me.
Sure, Bragg. Whatever you say.
Old town looks good.
What's so good about it? All those crummy houses, all painted the same crummy color.
Yeah, they was once painted different colors.
And how come they're all the same color? All dingy gray like.
Smoke. Coal smoke from the mills.
Oh, I get it. Like down home. Houses are all a crummy yellow from the crummy dust.
See down the street? Third house on the left?
Yeah.
What about it?
That's where we'll be tonight.
That your joint?
Yeah, home sweet home. Ma still lives there.
Yeah, but ain't they liable to look for us, then?
If they do, Ma, I'll take care of them. She got no use for cops. Ever since my old man got slapped around in the Battle of the Barges over Homestead.
Oh, what's the matter?
Guns will get in a pinch.
You can stand a few more minutes, can't you?
You kidding? Hey, look at that.
Oh, that brick building? What about it?
The Candler School. That's where I went.
You graduate, Brad?
No, I transferred to Pine Hill, graduated there.
Pine Hill? What's that?
State Reformatory.
Hey, what are they slowing down for?
Yeah, we ain't nowhere near the river.
Turned into a gravel yard, looks like.
All right, boys. 5 of you drop off here to fill sandbags. Minkowski, Steiner, Anthony, Walton, and Bragg.
Me?
Yeah, you. Come on, pile out.
Right, what are we going to do? Nothing now.
Well, Brad, there goes the ball game.
Only one inning. I knew that gravel yard. Used to play in it when I was a kid. It was just 3 blocks from my old lady's house. I could have made it easy through back alleys. But I ain't that kind of guy. I went into the pen on the same rap with Moise. I wasn't going to leave it without him. A runt. I liked the bum. A little slow in the upstairs department, maybe, but a good guy. I'd wait. But it was tough. Filling sandbags all day in the rain with that taped gun cutting into my leg. No blood getting to my foot. At first it hurt. Then it was like pins and needles in my toes, and I couldn't feel nothing at all. It was real tough, because I didn't dare limp. I couldn't take a chance on any nosy guard asking me what was the matter. It got tougher. Towards the end of the day, I was seeing spots in front of my eyes. I was like to pass out when the truck come by to pick us up. It wasn't until after chow, when we was locked in my cell for the night, I could get the thing off my leg. Then it all went into reverse. The pins and needles came back, and after them, the pain.
That leg looks like you was branded.
Yeah, it feels it.
Moish and I never expected to see you back here.
You kidding?
Well, you know.
Turn on the radio. Let's see how the flood's doing.
All right.
Tomorrow, we got to make sure we stick together.
How we going to do that?
I don't know, but we got to, because tomorrow's going to be our last chance.
Ohio Avenue Bridge, 41 feet 6 inches and rising.
Holy...
This
It's
is
4
station
feet above flood
KDKW
stage.
Frickburg. We'll remain on the air throughout the night to bring you flood bulletins and assist in directing rescue operations. Attention, please. The flood wall at Water Street and 4th has given way. All residents of the Brownsville district are advised to evacuate their homes at once.
Here we go.
All civilian defense
Brownsville, that's what they call our neighborhood around here.
Leaders at once. Send a boat to 317 California Street.
Hey, Marsh, you getting this?
Every way.
It won't be long now.
Bragg, look.
What?
The floor behind the cell block.
Water. Trickle of water, I told you. It means there's 1.5 foot or 2 feet out in the yard.
To 42 Watson Alley.
Hey,
the lights went out.
Hey!
All right. Pipe down. Let's have a little quiet in here. Turn on
The lights. Now listen to me. There ain't any lights. Dynamo's flooded out. We're going to move you men. There'll be 6 foot of water in the cell block by morning. We're moving you out.
Where are you taking us, Lefty?
We're moving you to the Conestoga County Jail. It's on high ground. You'll be safe there till the water drops. You'll be in the drunk tank on the 4th floor.
I object.
All right. Now let's make it snappy. The water's rising 2 feet an hour. I'm going to open the doors. Form in line and follow me. No funny business.
All set, Ron?
Yeah.
Moise?
Hey, you forgot.
No, I didn't.
And you don't tape it to your leg?
Not this time. It goes into my belt. Gonna need it in less than 3 minutes. Now stick close to me.
All right, now. Line up. Let's go. Come on this way, men. The buses are right here at the gate.
Come on. Keep it moving.
Run. Yeah. Fatty by the gate. I'll take him from behind. You get his gun.
Right.
Let's go, man. Come on.
You get Lefty, I'll get Riley.
What about me?
Run, shoot straight. Just keep with me.
All right, come on, boys. Come on. We ain't got all night. Snap it up. Come on, get the light.
You what? Yeah. You got the gun right there.
I've got it. Get back in the line. Make me. Stand right where you are.
Don't anybody move.
Get behind me, Ron. Okay. Come on, shoot, Lefty. Fatty makes a good chest protector.
No.
Relax, Fatty. You might not get hurt.
Stop that man, Bragg. And your gun.
You make a pretty good target, Lefty. They just might drop you.
Now what'll get you?
Sure, what's the difference? One guard or two guards? It's the same hot seat.
Bragg, we better move. Every screw in the place will be down here now.
Yeah. Let's go, boys.
Autolite is bringing you Mr. Jeff Chandler in The Steel River Prison Break. Tonight's production in radio's outstanding theater of thrills, Suspense.
Well, you happy, Sheriff? Sure am, Harlow. Happy as a pinto pony in pasture. Since my Autolite spark plug dealer checked them spark plugs with that exclusive Autolite plug check indicator.
What did it show, Sheriff?
Those critters were as worn as a cowboy's chaps after the spring roundup. But it lassoed them for a heifer to ignition-engineered Autolite spark plugs. And now my car takes off like a scared coyote, runs sweet as a cowpoke's dream, uses less gas than a gopher's shadow.
Well, I knew it would, Sheriff, because ignition-engineered Autolite spark plugs are designed by the same men who engineer the coil, distributor, and all the other important parts of the ignition system used as original factory equipment on many makes of our finest cars, trucks, and tractors. That's why, when you replace worn-out spark plugs with standard or resistor-type Autolite spark plugs, you can be sure of getting smoother performance, quick starts, and gas savings. So, friends, see your Autolite spark plug dealer soon and have him compare your spark plugs with the famous plug check indicator. For his name and address, just call Western Union by number and ask for Operator 25. Oh, remember, too, you're always right with Autolite.
And now, Autolite brings back to our Hollywood soundstage Mr. Jeff Chandler in Elliot Lewis's production of The Steel River Prison Break.
You can be sure of getting smoother performance, quick starts, and gas savings. So, friends, see your Autolite spark plug dealer soon and have him compare your spark plugs with the famous plug check indicator. For his name and address, just call Western Union by number and ask for Operator 25. Oh, remember, too, you're always right with Autolite.
And now, Autolite brings back to our Hollywood soundstage Mr. Jeff Chandler in Elliot Lewis's production of The Steel River Prison Break, a dramatic report well calculated to keep you in suspense.
What'd you have to shoot that guard for, Rudd?
I didn't want to take any chances.
You dumb jerk. Breaking out of stir's one thing, murder's another. Come on, this way. We splashed up Ohio Street, and there wasn't no one following us. Screws were too busy getting the other cons into the buses. They couldn't have found us anyway, because we lost ourselves behind the swinging doors of Hurley's saloon where I used to rush the growler for my old man. We were in pretty good shape. I hadn't used my own gun yet. Lund had 3 rounds left in the guard's gun. We just stood there in the dark with the water lapping around our knees and watched the buses loaded with starbirds pull out one by one for the Conestoga County Jail. We made it. We made it.
So far. What do we do now? Swim? I can't swim.
Well, we ain't gonna walk, that's for sure. Mars house is 10 blocks closer to the river. This water's going up, not down.
It stinks.
Sure it stinks. Floods always stink. You ought to smell what it's like when the water drops. And we ain't gonna be here to smell it.
Wait a minute. Listen.
Yeah.
Where's that radio coming from?
A rescue boat. All the rivermen help when there's a flood like this. Not even the radios.
And maybe a rescue us, huh?
Yeah, that's what I figured, Rudd. Let me handle it. You two act a little tight. Hey, Mac! Over this way! Just stay behind these swinging doors.
Over here, at Hurley's.
Oh, what are you doing there? I took the last guy out there a half hour ago.
Oh, we was in the back room with a pitcher of beer. Wasn't ready to leave yet.
You're lucky I cut through this way. Now that the cons are out of the Prentice and Tyler area, it's been weird. You guys might have drowned.
Yeah, I guess we might have.
Oh, here, take my hand.
Yeah.
Come on.
Oh, thanks, miss. I never saw so much pain in my life.
All aboard?
Yep.
Well, then let's... Hey, what kind of suits is that? Hey, you guys are contractors. Oh.
That's right, buddy. Take off his windbreaker, Ron.
What?
Strip him. I want to cover this number on my back.
Oh, yeah, sure. Come on, give me a hand, boys. Yeah. There you are, Brad.
Good. Over the side with him.
Huh? Oh, you ain't going to...
No, I ain't gonna. You are. Over the side.
But that's murder.
Look, there's talk. You shot a guard 10 minutes ago. What was that, target practice? Over the side.
Okay, Brad.
All right, Susan. Hit the deck out of sight. Here we go.
Where we going, Brad?
Ma's house. On Ohio Street now. We turn left onto Liberty. 8 blocks from there, we're home. Turn off that radio. Here's Liberty Street now. Hang on.
Take it easy, Brad. Now, watch out, Brad. There's a boatload of people up here.
Get down, Ron. Get down.
Brad, you ran down that boat.
Yeah, I know.
There were women and kids in it.
That's that tough luck.
We gotta go back.
I can't go back. Just run.
Huh? Run. Hey, Run, where are you?
Get down, Mike. Stay out of sight.
He ain't here.
I must have fell out when we hit the boat.
We gotta go back to him.
We can't, Mike.
Yeah, but he's got the gun.
He has the guard's gun. I still got mine with a full clip.
But Brad, he can't swim.
I know.
Well, maybe the water ain't deep there. Maybe he can walk.
You kidding? Look at those storefronts. There's 15 feet of water under us. We tied up to the front porch roof of Ma's house. Didn't take long to rip the radio and battery out of that launch, kick a hole in her bottom, and sink her on Ma's front yard. We needed the radio. I wanted to know whether the boys were looking for us or for flood victims.
A boat to 754 Stanton Alley. Joel, they picked that one up. Correction. Disregard 754 Stanton Alley. Attention all doctors and nurses in Crane Valley, New Thames, and Henry Roy. Your services...
They were looking for flood victims. With people drowning and typhoid threatening, the water supply cut off, the phone lines out, and the National Guard and Army called in, no one was thinking much about 3 escapees. I mean, 2. Ma wasn't home, Natch. She was an old hand with floods. When that water hits 35 feet at Ohio Avenue Bridge, Ma always lights out for Aunt Carrie's in Mount Austin and sits it out. But everything was snug on the second floor, and my room was just like I left it. So Moish and I hit the sack, hoping the water wouldn't come any higher. And it didn't. Hey, Moish.
Huh?
Come on, rise and shine. Wake up.
Huh? Hey, what are you doing in my cell?
Saying a cell, you jerk.
Huh? Where am I?
You're in my ma's house, remember? We ain't in stir no longer.
Yeah.
Come on, get with it. Look out the window.
Hey, I'm hungry.
Oh, wait, look at that.
What?
Stopped raining, the water's dropping. You can see the parlor windows on the house across the street.
So?
So, by this afternoon, we can move.
I'm hungry.
You're gonna be hungrier. Ma's kitchen will be 3 inches deep in muck.
Hey, when the water drops, they'll be looking for us.
And we won't be here. By midnight tonight, we'll be in Cronin's joint in Youngstown.
How?
You're here, ain't you?
Yeah.
And don't ask how, just take my word for it. We'll be there. By 5 o'clock that afternoon, we were plenty hungry. And we could stand a little more of that, because the water had drained out of the street. People were beginning to drift back to their homes, picking their way through the ankle-deep muck. It was time for us to move. Moish and I put on a couple of my best suits while the radio blared on and on.
The Ohio Street Bridge is now 32 feet and falling. The Army engineers report that the flood crest is well past Vicksburg and is expected to reach Steubenville tonight and Cincinnati tomorrow night.
Oh, sweetheart, we're in business. Steubenville and Cincinnati. The cops over in Ohio will be so busy they'll never see the all points flash.
That mud's going to ruin your pretty pants.
So turn up the cuffs and let's go.
At the McCandless School, positive
Hey,
identifications include...
they turned my old schoolhouse into a morgue. Listen.
Mrs. Mary... correction, that's Mrs. Margaret Bragg.
Moish.
What?
Margaret Bragg.
River Stage...
It's my ma. Maybe it was a mistake. Wouldn't be the first time they'd made mistakes like that. Or maybe it was a trick. Maybe the warden put out that flash to trap me. But maybe it was on the level. I had to know. I had to be sure. So So Moish and I slouched through mud up to our ankles, but not out of the Youngstown Road. I was headed for the schoolhouse. Moish, well, he's a good kid. He came along. They were stretched out in the assembly hall, row on row of them on cots covered with sheets. In the assembly hall where us kids used to pledge allegiance to the flag and sing America the Beautiful. Hey, I beg pardon.
Yes, may I help you?
Yeah, Mrs. Margaret Bragg. I heard on the radio you had Mrs. Margaret Bragg here.
Just a moment, please. I'll see if she's listed. Yes. Down that aisle to the right. 4 or 5 cots down. You'll find the name on the tag.
Yeah, thanks.
Bragg.
Yeah?
They got her here. Maybe it's a trap.
I gotta be sure. I gotta see her.
Yeah, no.
If you want to get out, get. It's okay with me.
No, I'm sticking, but keep your eyes open.
Yeah, sure.
What's that tag say?
Campanelli, Luigi.
This one's unidentified.
Leroy Sarah Jean. I went to school with her father.
Here, pal. Bragg. Mrs. Margaret.
Turn down the sheet, will you, Mush?
Yeah. Sure.
All right, Bragg, put your hands up.
Bragg, it's Lefty, the head guard.
Down behind his cot.
Come on, Bragg. Give yourself up. Let's not make any more trouble for these people. They've had enough of it.
I didn't get this far to give myself up in no lousy morgue. Boys, make your way behind these cuts to the door by the stage. I'll cover you.
Okay. Okay, Bragg, I got the door open.
Good boy. Come on, kid.
Where's the sleeve?
The balcony above the swimming pool. This way. Come on, we gotta make it across that catwalk with a high diving board.
Go ahead, I'll follow you.
All right. Okay, Moish, come on, we can get out through here.
Right. Stand where you are, Moish.
Not see you, Lefty. Nice.
You're next, Bragg.
Are you saying?
You ready to come now, Bragg?
Yeah. I'm ready.
Hold out your hands. Okay, let's go.
Lefty.
Yeah?
Can I say goodbye to Ma before I go?
Yeah, I suppose so.
How did it happen, Lefty? How did she drown?
Didn't you read her tag?
No.
Seems the rescue boat she was in was capsized by an unidentified launch at the corner of Ohio and Liberty Streets last night.
You're lying.
No, that's what the tag says. Sort of a hit-and-run pilot.
You're lying. I was running that launch.
Oh, you were. Well, like you said last night, Bragg, what difference does it make if you kill 2 instead of 1? It's the same hot seat, ain't it?
Suspense. Presented by Autolite. Tonight's star, Mr. Jeff Chandler.
Well, Jeff, thanks for an exciting story and a wonderful performance.
Well, thanks to you, Harlow, and to Autolite for inviting me to appear on Suspense. I hope you'll ask me again soon.
You can be sure we will, Jeff Chandler. Just as sure as Autolite is the world's largest independent manufacturer of automotive electrical equipment. Yes, in 28 plants from coast to coast, Autolite makes over 400 products for cars, trucks, tractors, planes, and boats, including complete electrical systems, ignition-engineered Autolite standard and resistor-type spark plugs, and the famous Autolite Stay Full battery. Yes, you can be sure, from bumper to tail light, you're always right with Autolite.
Next week on Suspense, another story based on actual events. A dramatic report on mediums and the terrible harm it is in their power to commit. Starring the First Lady of Suspense, Miss Agnes Moorehead, in The Evil of Adelaide Winters. In weeks to come, we shall also present Mr. Charles Lawton and Mr. Tony Curtis.
Bring you Miss Agnes Moorehead in a story taken from life. Tonight's presentation of Suspense. Tonight, Autolite presents The Evil of Adelaide Winters, a story about the awful results of a woman's greed, starring Miss Agnes Moorehead. There's Stanley Smart, the brainy boss of our bustling baseball club. What's the matter, Stan? Battery trouble?
Yeah, Hollow, I forgot to fill my battery with water, and it did as a cellar dweller's pennant chances.
Well, why not farm it out in favor of an Autolite Stay Full battery? The battery that needs water only 3 times a year in normal car use.
Lots on the ball, eh, Hollow?
It sure has, Stan, because the famous Autolite Stay Full has over 3 times the liquid reserve of batteries without Stay Full features. And that advantage alone helps overcome one of the greatest causes of battery failure.
Sounds like just what I need, Hollow.
Why, Stan, the Autolite Stay Full is tops in dependable starting power and gives longer life, as proved by tests conducted according to accepted life cycle standards.
Oh, lead me to it, Hollow.
Just call Western Union by number and ask for Operator 25. She'll quickly and without obligation tell you the name and address of your nearest Autolite battery dealer, who handles the famous Autolite Stay Full, the battery that needs water only 3 times a year in normal car use. And remember, from bumper to tail light, you're always right with Autolite. And now, with The Evil of Adelaide Winters and the performance of Miss Agnes Moorehead, Autolite hopes once again to keep you in suspense.
I am grateful for any chance to tell my story, to explain my position in the entire horrible affair. Since the doctors finally removed the bullet from the base of my skull, I'm able to speak. For over 6 years, my body has been paralyzed, and I have had to remain silent. But now I can speak. You weigh it. You weigh all the facts about whether I did Edward Porter more harm than good. The war years had made the work of astral communicators mediums. They'd made our work important and necessary. We believe it's as necessary as life itself to believe in life after death, especially during a war when people's loved ones are dying. It's important. Mediums bring courage to despair. Did you get all the newspapers?
Yeah, Adelaide, I got them all.
Read me the list.
Now, for the week of July 8th, the War Department announces the following members of the Army listed as dead. PFC Thomas...
Just those missing in action, Robert, please.
Oh, Adelaide, I still don't like it.
It doesn't make much difference if you like it.
Oh, look, I taught you everything about this medium racket.
Oh, yes, you taught about tin horns blowing and faces painted with phosphorescent coloring. You taught me a series of Halloween tricks, carnival mumbo-jumbo. I made it pay, Robert. I made it a science.
You took them from me.
I didn't need them. I have insight. You don't. I know about people's superstition and desperation. I can read people's weaknesses. Did you teach me those things? You don't know anything. Not even your own weakness. You're a terrible weakness.
Adelaide, don't.
You need me, Robert. I don't need you. I did once, but not now, not anymore. Go ahead. Go ahead, walk out. Walk out the front door.
Please don't talk like that. Adelaide, you know I'd never leave you.
Of course I do.
But, look, have we made enough? All the people we've taken so far...
Helps, Robert. That's why you've never been a successful medium. We haven't taken or used anyone. We've helped them.
Rich old dowagers who are on their last legs anyway. People with nothing but time and dough to waste.
People who've lost their loved ones, the bereaved and despairing. We give them hope. The widows and weeping mothers. We bring them contact with their loved ones who've died on some distant battlefield.
Oh, no. I wish I understood you. I wish I knew what you want.
I want money and happiness, and they're the same.
Well, we've got money.
Not enough. Read me the list of those missing in action, Robert, and their addresses and their phone numbers, please.
PFC Timothy Aldington, 927 North King Avenue, Cutler, 9.
Not a good neighborhood.
Oh, Adelaide, would it be simple as just contact the relatives of the men who were killed? Wouldn't it be easier to work them?
No, I told you. No. With a man missing in action, who's to say my information about how or if he died is right or wrong? Who? Not even the War Department. Not even the men who are supposed to know. Continue, Robert.
Staff Sergeant Abe Feynman, 826 East 32nd
That's
Street.
a very poor district. People are poor.
I see. Corporal John Porter, 1438 Williamsburg Road, Hammer,
That
47.
one. Call that one, Robert. Use that phone. I'll listen in on this one.
All right.
Hello?
Is this Mr. Porter?
Yes?
Corporal John Porter's father.
I'm his father. What is it?
This is the War Department.
You found it. I'd almost given up hope, but you found my son alive.
Your son is dead, Mr. Porter.
Well, all right. You can say what you like. But mostly, and I've pieced the reports together, mostly missing in action means the worst kind of death in a war. Oh, officials argue with me. They say that missing in action only means missing. Yes, but for how long? Edward Porter, that was his name, Edward. The father, he didn't know. And even though he was skeptical when I telephoned him, he came to my office. Skeptically, but in desperation. Don't you see? He came to my office with the hope he'd find his dead son.
I usually never come to these things.
You don't believe in them, Mr. Porter?
I don't know. I knew once. I don't know now.
Well, it's difficult to know anything for certain in moments like this.
I've been a realist all my life.
Yes, well, so have I.
I'm a successful businessman. I've always dealt with facts. Facts and figures.
Well, this is real, Mr. Porter.
Maybe. I don't know.
What you really mean is you hope so. You hope it's true. You hope it's real.
Yes. Yes, that's it. I hope it's real.
That it's not a racket. Rackets are only out for money. Well, I will want money, Mr. Porter. I must live, too. But I only want your money if I've helped you. Do you understand? Only if I've made the life of the astral world, of the life beyond this one, only if I've made it bring happiness to you.
You're a good woman, Mrs. Winters. A good woman.
We shall start, Mr. Porter, with the lights on, with all things visible to you. We shall start. What could Edward Porter turn to? His friends? They all had their own problems, the same kind or different, but problems. Could he turn to his work? Didn't mean anything anymore. Or his money? He'd only gathered it for his son, his only child, and that child was dead. Only I could help. And we tried for 7 days to make contact with his son. 7 days devoted exclusively to Edward Porter. I hear the faint sounds of guns firing. Yes, it's very distant. Very distant. I can't quite... Yes, there's a face. I cannot see the face. A voice. Yes, it's a voice.
It was terrible the way I died.
Who is it? Is it John? John, is it you?
Voice. You speak. We're friends.
I was afraid of dying, but now, it is beautiful. Dying is hard, but death is beautiful.
Please, who?
John. I am John. It is John, Father. Mother, I must leave. Do not lose me.
No, John, stay. Please, stay.
Do not lose me.
John. Jesus, Son of magnificent. Who's this?
We've reached him, Mr. Porter. We've reached your son.
Thank you, Mrs. Winters. Thank you.
Some say I should have known. Some say I made him ill, that the shock, that it affected him. But I say it would have happened anyway because he had nothing to hold on to. Nothing. I gave him something. You may disagree with the astral sign. You may, that's your right. But who else did Edward Porter any good when his son was killed in combat? Who else brought him any comfort with that horrible, horrible thing? I did. Only I. Maybe that's why he would sit for extra hours waiting. Not just for a seance, for me. I had brought him happiness.
Mrs. Winter.
Come in, Mr. Porter. Oh, I've helped so many people today. So many. But that's my dedication. Anyone who needs help.
Maybe too many.
Why did you say that? Why too many? How could I possibly help too many?
Never mind. Let's begin.
You're acting unusual today, Mr. Porter. Is something wrong? I mean, is there a new problem I can help you with?
I said begin. No talk. Begin.
Oh, now, see here, Mr. Porter, I offer my services. I give freely of my services to help others. But after all, that doesn't give license to you or anyone else. Well, even you. I mean, considering the amount of sessions we've had. I know that it doesn't even give you a right to talk like that. Did you hear me, Mr. Porter? Mr. Porter?
I can't stand your spending so much time with others.
Well, it's my work.
Mrs. Winters, I want all your time.
That's quite impossible and quite expensive.
I can afford it. I must be with my son more.
We'd be pestered all day long by other clients, Mr. Porter. They'd keep coming.
I know. I realize.
And McBain, my assistant, he's always been with me.
Now, bring him. Both of you. Live in my home. It's a huge house. Since my wife died here. But you know all that. Since she died and...
I know.
Now, my son.
I know.
I need your help. You can bring my son to me. You must. You must.
Well, I would be failing mankind if I didn't. I would be failing my duty. Of course, Edward. Of course.
Is bringing you Miss Agnes Moorehead with Joseph Kearns and Herb Butterfield in The Evil of Adelaide Winters. Tonight's production in radio's outstanding theater of thrills, Suspense.
Never could have managed it without that picture, Harlow.
You mean Ace McDougal?
No, my new Autolite Stay Full. That's the power picture for perfect starts. What a battery.
Oh, you visited your Autolite battery dealer, eh, Stan?
Yes, sir, and I found his name by calling Western Union and asking for Operator 25.
Well, you're set now because the Autolite Stay Full needs water only 3 times a year in normal car use. And what's more, it gives longer life, as proved by tests conducted according to accepted life cycle standards.
You can't beat that winning combination.
No, sir, Harlow. Right you are. So, friends, see your nearest Autolite battery dealer soon. To quickly learn his address, call Western Union by number and ask for Operator 25. Without obligation, she will tell you where you can buy an Autolite Stay Full. The battery that proves you're always right with Autolite. And now, Autolite brings back to our Hollywood soundstage Miss Agnes Moorehead in Elliot Lewis's production of The Evil of Adelaide Winters. A dramatic report well calculated to keep you in suspense.
There was anything wrong in moving into Edward Porter's huge home. It was a beautiful new home for his son. But now his son was dead in the war, and I was bringing his son to him. Making Edward Porter think the life his son had gone to was really a better life, a fuller life, a happier life. Maybe that should have been my warning. Maybe I should have known. But the money was so wonderful. The house was so beautiful. The money and house for a dead man's voice once a day. Only Robert McBain warned against it.
I just picked up the mail. There's a letter for you.
Me? A letter for me here?
War Department.
You opened it. You opened my mail.
It's addressed to Porter, but it's for you.
What was it? What did it say?
Read it yourself. Seems the government doesn't like mediums posing as the War Department.
Who could have told them about me?
Well, they don't mention any
But
names.
they say mediums have been contacting the parents of war casualties. I've done that. They must be me.
Well, what difference does it make? We've taken Porter for a nurse.
Shut up.
I'm warning you, Adelaide. Now, I can see it. You can't. I can see his eyes when you walk past him. It's time to lay off, to get out.
Oh, no. Oh, no, Robert. You would like that. You'd like me to run, to leave all this. Well, I won't. Because I'm going to marry Edward Porter.
Now? Oh, you can't. You wouldn't.
Hang around, Robert.
No, not now. Not now. I won't.
Getting brave again, Robert? This is a comfortable life, just being a dead man's voice. Going to throw it over for love? I'm not marrying for love. Why should you throw all this away for love?
Did he ask you to marry him?
Speak up, Robert. I can't hear you.
I said, did he ask you to marry him?
No, but he will.
Oh, you're awfully sure of yourself about everything.
Of course he'll ask me. Because he must hold on to me. I'm the only person who can bring his son to him every day, like a clock. Like a stopwatch. Like a pistol shot.
Something's wrong with him. I'm warning you.
Yes, I can bring his son to him like a stopwatch, Robert. Even now, I say no one could have foreseen the event. I'm sure of that. As sure as I am that no one would have acted any differently than I did. As little by little, I became the most important thing, the only thing in Edward Porter's life. The only thing beside a voice he worshipped. Yes, worshipped. Could any woman refuse such adoration? Such love?
John sounded happy, Adelaide.
What? What, Edward?
I said he sounded happy. Happier than I've ever heard him.
Yes, they are happy in that other world.
How wonderful to feel happy again. To feel hopeful.
To share your life with someone, yes.
To share it with you.
Edward.
John didn't say much today. That isn't like him. He's always talkative. I wonder if I've been saying the right things to him, Adelaide.
You speak of him as if he's like us.
Isn't he?
Well, of course. We're all one spirit. Of course he's like us. But we have a life on this world to live before the other one. We have so much to live for.
Can it compare to the other world beyond the grave?
Why, no, but we must wait our time. We cannot ignore this life. We are in it. We must live as best we can.
I don't know if I ever could without John. This was built for my son.
But you haven't lost him. Through me, you regained John.
That's why all this is yours, Adelaide.
Well, I'm only a kind of employee.
Don't say that, Dole.
I'm paid a salary.
You're not an employee.
Am I more?
Like a member of the family.
Right, but not actually. There's a great difference between like and actually.
You're the family. You and John and I.
You and I. John is a spirit now.
You and John and I. One family. One unit again.
I'm not your wife. You speak like I'm your wife. I'm not, Edward. Not at all.
You will be my wife. My dear, my wonderful wife.
Edward. Kind, sweet Edward. My husband, Edward.
I sense something odd. Here, now, with us.
No, Edward, no, darling.
Like we were with John for the first time. As if we were with John.
No, Edward, it's not that.
He wanted us to share our happiness with him. Like he wanted us to be with him.
I've never seen it before, a reaction like his. Well, once, a woman, she just disappeared one day. She'd lost her husband and 2 children in an automobile accident, and I calmed her down in seances, talking to her dead family, making them seem real. Then one day she just disappeared and left a note. She said she was going to join them.
He's sick. He's dangerous, Adelaide.
You're trying to intimidate me.
He doesn't know what's real or not.
You're jealous again.
I'm trying to tell you how dangerous it is.
How dangerous, Robert?
I don't know exactly.
Will he turn me over to the police?
Well, there's more. Something more.
Will he demand his money back? The money he's paid me?
Oh, I don't know.
The money means nothing to him.
He's losing his reason.
What? What? How? Don't generalize. Be specific.
If you're as smart as you say you are, you ought to run.
Not until I have all of this.
You can walk out that front door. Now, with me.
I have to stay and get what I've worked for. It's mine.
You're scared.
I won't leave. Not for anything. Not until I'm married to him.
You're really frightened. You're just putting on an act.
Nothing can make me leave. Nothing. Nothing.
Oh, you know I'm right. Please, please, Adelaide. You know.
You're a coward. You're a coward. I should have listened to Robert's warning. I should have. But how could I take the advice of a man I didn't respect? How? I couldn't even accept Robert's advice when Edward Porter canceled the seances for one entire day, even though he was with me every minute of those 24 hours. Even when he sat in a chair in my room while I slept, not speaking, just watching. Always watching. Even then, I couldn't admit Robert was right. I had to be right. I had always been right. Even though I barely slept, I was afraid to sleep, so terribly afraid. Even then, I couldn't admit Robert was right. That Edward Porter was past my control.
Adelaide. Adelaide.
I'm not asleep, Edward.
I thought you were. I've been watching you for hours.
And I've been watching you too, Edward. I couldn't sleep. So very strange.
Have I?
But you didn't trust me.
Oh, but I do, my dear. My dear Adelaide. I trust you more than I've ever trusted any human being I've known.
Oh, what's wrong? What's bothering you?
How much does this mean to you?
Our marriage?
This house?
Nothing without you, Edward.
And my money?
Only something to share with you.
Nothing more?
Nothing. You're my life.
And you're mine. You and John. Both of you.
Why do you keep saying that?
What?
About John. John is dead, Edward. He's waiting, but he's not with us. Not really.
What does John mean to you?
A son. Your son and mine.
You love him as I love him?
I told you that. Edward.
Why do we have to wait?
Edward, I don't understand.
Why must we keep him waiting?
Oh, you can't be serious.
You said this world, this material world, meant nothing without me.
No, Edward. No, this is our world. This is the one we live in.
What is there to wait for? This is a place of evil and sin and corruption. You said so. You've shown me that.
Edward. Edward, that sounds right away.
You've shown me the beautiful world that lies beyond.
It was exaggerated. I mean, under strain and upset, things get distorted. We see what we want to. Don't you understand? It's not perfect beyond. It isn't.
Don't say that. You taught me faith. Don't lose faith now. Don't be afraid of leaving this world.
But it's the only world. The only one. There's no astral world beyond. None. It was a lie. I only wanted money and position. Oh, believe me, only money and position, and the rest was a lie.
John's voice, a lie? John's voice. My own son's voice. I know his voice. In a crowd in eternity, I know his voice.
I'll show you it was a lie. Robert McLean, he's in his room. Come to his room, Edward.
Come back here, Adelaide.
It's a lie. Robertson, he'll tell you. There's no life beyond. You said, Robert, tell him that you just... Robert, where are you? Oh, no. The coward, he left. It was a lie. There's no life beyond. There's no life beyond.
Don't be afraid.
Stop, Edward. Stop your thing.
John?
It's been. Just lying here, not able to talk, to tell my side of it. But now it's out. Now you know. You judge. You judge whether I did harm.
Suspense, presented by Autolite. Tonight's star, Miss Agnes Moorehead. And here she is again, First Lady of Suspense, Miss Moorehead.
Thank you, Hal. First Lady of Suspense is a title I'll always cherish.
Agnes, I believe this was your 20th appearance as star of Suspense.
I guess you're right, Harlow. Right with Autolite. You see, I've been here so often I can do the commercials. But seriously, I thoroughly enjoy Suspense, and I'm looking forward to the next time.
Well, it'll be soon, Agnes, because you're an important part of the big Autolite family. A friendly family extending from coast to coast. In 28 plants, Autolite makes over 400 products for cars, trucks, planes, and boats. Complete electrical systems used as original factory equipment on many leading makes of our finest cars, trucks, and tractors. Autolite batteries, including the famous Autolite Stay Full. Ignition-engineered Autolite standard and resistor-type spark plugs. All backed by constant Autolite research and precision built to assure top performance. So remember, from bumper to tail light, you're always right with Autolite.
Next week on Suspense, our star will be Mr. Charles Lawton in another story based on actual events concerning a man historically famous as the most notorious poisoner who ever lived. A dramatic report we call Neal Cream, Doctor of Poison. In weeks to come, we shall also present Mr. Tony Curtis and Miss Jean Crane, all on Suspense. Suspense is produced and directed by Elliot Lewis, with music composed by Lucian Maulick and conducted by Lud Gluskin. The Evil of Adelaide Winters was written for Suspense by Arthur Ross. In tonight's story, Herb Butterfield was heard as Porter and Joseph Kearns as McBain.
Agnes Moorehead may be seen in the fall tour of the first drama quartet presentation of the dream sequence of Man and Superman.
And remember, next week on Suspense, Mr. Charles Lawton in another story based on actual events, a dramatic report we call